Good evening. I'm Princess Lillian from Princess Lillian's Gardens on YouTube. I'm actually talking here this evening and I'm posting this also, sharing it to Facebook. Thank you very much and welcome. I can see you. Yeah, the place you to come along. Today, I would like to just do a question and answer on the plants that we grow for food, for decorations, and for for sale. So it could be that the plants that we have in mind to grow are actually what we need for our survival. The first example of my plant will be I'm just going to wait a minute to have a few people come in. Is that you? Welcome. Good evening. It's going to be a Q&A of the questions that I have received on my YouTube videos because a lot of people tend to ask me questions, and after writing down these questions for them, they still come along on WhatsApp and Facebook and ask me several questions. So I've just made a list of the questions and I'm going to answer today. Most of the questions I receive are about planning to grow tomatoes. They're actually my answer. Most of the questions are about growing tomatoes, and my answer is that we need to plan if we want to grow tomatoes because there are some things that you need to have in place. You have to make sure that you have soil, good soil to grow your plant. You are not just going to assume that you would put your tomato seeds in the soil outside and not give any consideration to it. Or you're just going to put your tomato seeds in the soil and not water it. You'd have to actually think about what location in your garden you'd want to put your tomato seeds or your tomato seedlings because a lot of people do not actually grow from seeds. You can go to the shops and buy seedlings. These are young plants. These young plants, you would now have to consider, are they big enough for me to put them outside? Depending on the weather, if it's warm enough, then you can put these young plants outside. That is, if it's as warm outside as it is inside. That's the best description that you can have. For example, if you live in a cold country during the winter, you know it's cold outside but it's warm indoors. So if you went ahead and bought your tomato plant sometime in March, you can't just put it outside at that time because it's still very cold outside and the plant will not do well. So you'd have to keep that plant inside until the beginning of May. That is, you keep the plant inside for about 4 weeks before you put it out, and it will do well. If you put it out before that, all the reactions that are supposed to take place to enable the plant to grow its leaves structure and then start to produce flowers would not come in at the right time because the temperature is just not right. Everything within the body of the plant is about hormones and systems. So the roots are attached to the stem to the leaves, and then the leaves to flowers, which would end up producing fruits for us. What we have to take consideration for is the fact that we produce good soil for the roots to anchor in, and when the roots are properly anchored in the soil, then it's able to take up nutrients which it transfers to the stem and the leaves. We also have to take consideration of placing our plant where it will receive sunlight. The sunlight is one major factor in the life of plants. If you place your plant in a place where it's too shaded, it will grow, but it will not grow very well. So when you are trying to grow tomatoes, the very important factor that we must try to consider is the location. Where do I want to place my tomatoes? Do I want to place it where it's very sunny, or do I want to place it where it's not sunny? Tomatoes actually require about 8 hours, at least 8 hours of sunlight every day during their growing, flowering, and fruiting period for them to produce very well. On my channel, I have a lot of tomato growing advices that I have given, and I've come now to do a live so that I can actually answer the extra questions that a lot of people have asked me. Now, the thing that we need to put in place is you need to put your plant in the soil and support it. That is, you tie it. Because a lot of people will say to me, what do I mean by supporting the plants? Now, the stem of a tomato plant is not as woody as the stem of a tree. So when you put a tomato plant in the soil, this stem will be out there in the wind. As the wind blows, it blows this stem that's not very woody. You want only the leaves to be moving around. You don't want your tomato stem to be moving around so much because then it would break and the tomato would not do well. So you want to tie your tomato down, and you would need to try and create a space for either the stick or the cage on the day that you put them outside. So what I do is I take a smaller set of sticks, and those are the ones I use when I'm just starting my tomato garden for the year. I put in those set of sticks and I tie the tomatoes to it, or sometimes I do not even tie the tomatoes to it because the tomatoes are not so tall. They're just about 1 foot tall, and the wind will not really blow them and break their stem at this point. But the reason why I'll put the stick in the soil at that time is so as to create a hole, so as to create a space, and the roots can just keep growing. If you don't do that at the beginning and you come back when your tomatoes have started to flower and you say, oh, they're now tall, and you start digging sticks into the soil, you're going to be breaking the roots of the tomatoes. This is the reason why you have to put in, no matter how short the stick is, you have to put in a stick into the soil on the day you plant your tomatoes. It's just to create a space for where you're going to put the proper big stick. The stick we are going to put in later may actually be bigger, but what you would find is that there will be a space for that stick to go into, rather than just blindly stabbing at the soil and damaging the roots of your plant, because your plant will not thank you for it, and you may actually damage a root that is a big root if you're trying to drive the stick into the soil, because you need to be able to drive the stick you're going to use to support your plant into the soil about 1 foot into the soil. So you can imagine the amount of roots you will meet on the way. You are going to cause a lot of damage to the roots of the plant. So this is one reason why we should put the stick into the soil on the day that we plant our tomatoes. A lot of people would ask me, how would I know where the sun is? How would I know where the sun will shine? Because the sun shines all over the place. Yes, all over the world, the sun shines all over the place. But what we notice is that when you wake up in the morning, there's usually a place where you would see the sun, and then you have to look at the sun, and it seems as if the sun is going, and by the time you're going to have sundown, the sun will be on the other side. You see that place facing the sun when it is rising in the morning, that is where you should put your plants. We all know this saying, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So if you're standing and you're facing where the sun is, that is where you should actually put your plant, not with your where the sun is when it's going to set. You can look at the ground. That is the best way to do it. You look at the ground and you will see um, a sort of formation of sunlight on the soil, and you will say, oh, the sun has not reached that place. A lot of people would actually see that, oh, the grass color in that area is different. That's because the sun is actually shining directly onto that place. That is where we should locate our plants. Where the sun starts in the morning is the best place to locate your tomato plants, because if the sun can reach it right there in the morning, it's going to be reaching it up till the next 8 hours. Let's say the sun rises at any time of year at about 7 a.m. Sometimes it could be earlier. Let's say the sun rises at about 7 a.m. and it's already hitting a particular spot in your garden. That is the group area where you should plant your tomatoes and other plants mainly, but tomatoes is what I'm talking about right now. So when you have the tomatoes in that place, it means from 7 to about 12 noon, when the sun is going to be at the very top, it's going to actually be um, receiving the sunlight for 5 hours. That's 7 a.m. till about 12 noon. Thank you and welcome, Mary. Mary, thank you so much. And I hope you're enjoying this discussion. It's the Q&A that I've got about how do we locate where the sun is. So when you look at the place that is brightest, that is where the sun hits first in the morning. And when you look at the sun directly, that is the place that is the east. So you want to plant where you are receiving sun inside your garden in the morning, because if you're already receiving sun at that area, then it means it's going to receive sun up till about 3 or 4 p.m. Yes, the sun may not be very very hot in the morning, but usually it still packs a lot of punch because the sun is it's actually the center of our galaxy. The sun is the center of our galaxy. Thank you, Mary. Now, so we will need to put our plants in a place where it receives this early morning sun, and that is what is best for tomatoes. You may find certain plants that you can put maybe on the other side that doesn't receive the morning sun. For example, if you consider the location of your house, this is what I'm trying to say. If you're standing at the back of your house and you can't really see the early morning sun, then your garden would have to be in the front of your house. Because if you place all those sun loving plants at the back of the house, they will be in shade and they may not do too well. You would have to place them at the front where they can receive the early morning sun. The reason for this is they would actually be in the dark in the night and then not receiving the early morning sun. This can actually cause a lot of pests to overtake a garden. This is the reason why we have allotments, because in allotments there are no buildings, so there is nothing shading your plants. Usually, what we have in allotments are just greenhouses, polytunnels, and they wouldn't cause shade. It should just be a large expanse of land and everyone can grow their own garden. But if you're trying to do a home garden, you would need to consider which part of your house you can see the sun from in the morning. That is the best part of the house that you should place the garden. Now, a lot of people may not want to place a garden in the front of their house. The way in which you can do this is to make a box so that you can containerize your garden, and you just know that this is the space for what I'm growing, and I'm not having the garden just all over the place, so that this space would actually be what you're going to beautify with all the things that nature has given us. Because when you put a seed in the soil, that seed, hello and welcome, White David. Thanks very much. And that seed is actually going to grow. And believe me, everyone that sees a seed growing would actually appreciate that it is a beautiful thing. I've never been anywhere and seen seeds, plants, trees, vines growing. I've not been able to see a beauty about it, because even if it's not edible to humans, it's edible to some other organisms. It could be edible to insects. It could be edible to bees. And this is one reason why we also plant in flowering plants. We also plant them because they will help attract bees into the garden. And this is one major factor in having a successful garden. You don't want to have a situation where all the plants are just what you're trying to grow to eat. Maybe you have a vegetable garden, maybe that is your idea, that is what you want to do. You just want to create a vegetable garden, and you just shut your eyes to every form of flowering plant. That is not the best way to go about gardening. When you are gardening, you must have a bee portion, a place where the butterflies and the bees can come and have fun. The butterflies would take, they will take nectar, and as a result, they would pollinate your plants. And if you have a few plants that are actually flowering and producing fruits, for example, tomato plants and pepper plants, they would help pollinate your plants along the way. So you would find out that this actually works together. That is how it is in nature anyway. You don't just find in nature one type of plant growing on its own. There will be so many different types of plants, and then you will see the bees and the butterflies buzzing around. I know bees are very advantageous to us, and we should plant a bee garden. In the case of butterflies, they are beautiful, they are advantageous, but you don't want to encourage them too much. But then there isn't much you can do about butterflies, because the best thing to do is to protect what you're planting from being damaged by butterflies. So you can now, in this case, use a cage or netting so that the butterflies can't really come along onto your vegetable plants, because those are the ones you want to prevent butterflies from touching. For example, if you have a tomato garden, which is what I have, and you have strawberry, and you have kale, onions, you don't mind the bees and the butterflies coming along into your tomato bed. You don't mind them coming along into your strawberry bed, but you don't want them to go to your kale and spinach, because they will come along and lay their eggs and use it as a breeding spot. They will lay their eggs, and then you will have all this larva just feeding off your plant. You don't want a situation like this, because this is actually them completing their own life cycle, and they are not helping your garden. What you want to do is you want to help yourself, you want to help them too, but not as much as for them to damage what you have actually labored and struggled to build. So when you're building a garden, you have to have in mind those things that the insects can damage. They may not necessarily be able to damage a tomato garden, they may not be able to damage a strawberry patch, but they will damage a plain leaf vegetable garden because they will just see the plain leaves and they love kale, they love spinach, they just love all these salad greens that we have out there because the leaves are tender and they are being cultivated. So it's not going to be like the ones they find in the wild. They will come and they will visit your garden every day. And as a result of this, I would just like to advise we get some sort of netting. It can just be plain netting. That is what I do in my garden for a lot of my of my beds. You get this plain netting and you just put it on top of your strawberry patch or on top of your kale and spinach. This would not prevent bees, but because butterflies have larger flapping wings, they wouldn't be able to have access to your garden. They wouldn't be able to have access to your garden. They would just flap about and go away because even if they come along, they need to stay for a length of time because I've tried to observe them before they can start laying their eggs. That's what butterflies do. They don't just come along and drop their eggs straight away. What they do is they hang there and see that the place is conducive and then they start to lay their eggs. And before you know it, there will be so many butterfly larvae just feeding off your kale and spinach and other greens. For this, it is a wastage. It is a loss of all the efforts that you've put in. So it's advisable to get a form of netting. Better get polytunnel, or better still, do it like an indoor, which is called a greenhouse. Those are the different ways you can protect your greens from being eaten up by vegetables. And there are many ways in which you can come across this. You can buy them online, you can buy them in garden centers, you can buy them. You can, if there are some people who have been gardening and they've stopped gardening and they are looking for where to offload their gardening things because at some point when you are still enjoying gardening, but now you are old, your children have gone away, you don't want to garden so much anymore, you want to be giving away all those gardening things, they are usually very happy to give you some of their old items that they use. And when they see that you actually use it well, you're actually working at your gardening, then they come along and visit your garden and you both enjoy the garden together. So you're going to be able to find a lot of friends when you decide to do your gardening up and the right way and get everything growing nicely and beautifully, because the gardening culture is actually one that brings people together. So when you're growing things, it's just working with nature. That's what I think. You're just helping nature to flow along when you're growing things. You're helping to create what would have been created if we were not here. Because if we all disappeared off the face of this earth, let me assume that the plants will still be here because they will have their roots, and that's about what they need. They have their roots and their stem, they will regrow and they will come back. So when we are here and we are gardening, what we're actually doing is we are trying to produce a more tender form of what would have been growing wildly. So that is why when you are growing them and they're tender, you find out that a lot of pests will probably come because you don't always have a lot of pests. If I walk to forests, I've been to so many forests, you don't see pests just overriding trees and plants in the forests. It's when we are cultivating it in your garden. That is when pests come. This is because these plants that we are cultivating, we are looking after them. We have made them to become tender than what they will be when they are in the forest. So as a result of this, you need to protect them with a barrier. It's not every time that we need to use a chemical barrier, pesticides, herbicides to take out competition, and so on. If you can create a kind of barrier, your plants will be much better than if you have to use pesticides on them. And one thing that also would get rid of plant pests in a vegetable garden is having good soil. If you feed your soil with compost, you feed your soil with leaves that are falling, you feed your soil with stems and old wood that you find right on the ground, you will find out that the earthworms will be able to come along and live happily. They, the slugs, microorganisms, there will be so many of them, they will be teeming, and each one will have the area where it's occupying inside the soil, and they build a sort of a sort of system. There will also be the fungi that live in the soil. They all live in there. Now, when pests come along and they find this very healthy soil, they are not going to be able to override the plant that grows in it, because the plant that grows in those kind of rich soils will be very strong. They will be disease resistant. As a result, you're not going to have a lot of pests troubling your garden. So one thing is to try and not strip the garden of living microorganisms by applying too much pesticides, because the pesticide will kill the pest, but it will also kill some other organisms. There's always a side effect for everything that we do. So when we put the pesticides in the soil, you'll find out that it will not just kill what you're trying to kill, it will take down some other thing that we may not even be aware that it has taken along with it. So this is one reason why we should be very, very careful with the use of pesticides. The other thing that we also need to put into consideration is where we want to plant our garden. Do we want our garden to be inside containers, or we want it to be in the ground? Now, if you are going to be using a very large area, gardening and using a container may not be the way that you want to go. But even when you are using a large area, you can start creating containers just for the sites to demarcate where your soil is at, so that you can have the areas where you're working, and this will enable your plants to grow in softer, looser soil rather than the ground that is just there and you're just walking around in it. If it's demarcated and it looks almost like a containerized soil, the soil will now be more crumbly, and you will be able to, when you are putting all the food that you want to put into your garden, the compost, the amendments that you want to put into your garden, you know the direct location of where you want to put it, and the earthworm will actually gravitate towards that area. There was a time I went to start a garden for someone, and there weren't many earthworms in the soil really. So when we did this compost, I did it right there in the ground. It was just very tiny. But there was a garden next door. And the next time I went and took a look at this compost, it was so full of earthworms. I knew that the earthworms in the neighborhood were actually migrating into the place, because they couldn't have reproduced that fast within a week. That there was now so many earthworms, they decided to move into this new compost place that has been created just on the ground at the back. And I was just laughing to myself. So if you create a compost on the ground with some leaves, some food, and you cover it, and it's in an enclosure, maybe with a chicken wire or a box that hasn't got a base, or a kind of a composting thing that you buy at the shop, you are going to find out that earthworms will come in, and you may also go to shops. Someone like my white Davy, she sells earthworms. You can go to many shops where they sell earthworms. You can go to many garden centers where they sell earthworms, and all you have to do, as I was told, is you just get about a pound in weight, that is half of a kilogram. You get about half of a kilogram, and you put it in the compost, and the earthworms will multiply. Now, if you take a look at someone like London Worms and Garden, Thomas Channel, he will tell you all the different things that you would need to put into your compost bin to enable your compost to come along and enrich your soil. And when you're visiting um, all these gardens that are using earthworms, you'll find out that it works really well because you don't have to keep buying chemical compost every year, which discourages earthworms from breeding. So it's not that it's bad for you to buy the chemical compost. You may buy it, but you have to know that it discourages the earthworms from breeding. Because I read somewhere where somebody said, stop using, I would not mention the name. He said, stop using ABC fertilizer. He said, because it's just making gardening easy for everybody. And it's actually damaging the soil. So the way in which it's damaging the soil is that the soil structure is a living ecosystem. The soil structure contains many living things that need to be there. They haven't got anywhere else to go. So if you're putting chemicals, they will die. When all those microorganisms die, there will be nothing to actually break down the waste that we have. So the earthworms will not find it accessible because mainly most earthworms may not be able to absorb the food directly unless it has been broken down a bit by microorganisms. So what you want to take note of is don't just do things that will make you put either pesticides or fertilizers in your soil that would damage the ecosystem of the soil. You have to always think about the soil. A gardener feeds the soil and the soil feeds the plant. You are not just going around feeding your plant. Don't go around just thinking, oh, it's just about the plant. It's also about the soil because to grow very good tomatoes, the soil has to be very good. That is one important thing that I have always noticed. Because when I first started gardening, I had this compost that I bought in the shop and I had some earthworms in it. The tomatoes were good, but not as good as over the years. I started looking after the earthworms, and I'll tell you a few ways of looking after the earthworms that you find in your backyard garden, not in not in a warm bin, but inside the garden. So I started looking after the earthworm. I saw that they started to increase. So that if I even put a fork into the soil, I would find out that there's a lot. I try to imagine the percentage um of the soil that I have compared to the amount of earthworm to the number of earthworms that are inside. And I see that the number of earthworms started to increase. Now, one way in which I look after the earthworms is every time I shift a container or a pot, I'm ready with a brush and a dustpan. And this is to sweep the soil that is under the pot, and I'm going to find a lot of earthworms underneath. So I would sweep the soil, I would sweep the earthworms and report it to another container. I will return them to a container where they can carry on living. Because if I put the pots back down on top of them, a lot of them will get damaged because they are soft bodied organisms. So you want to do this extra bit to care for the organisms in the soil. The soil that has come out of your pot, you would want to clear it and sweep it up and put it back into either that same container or another container you want to put it in. Hello and welcome, and thank you. I can see you there. Appreciate you. Okay. So I'm now talking about looking after the earthworms and making sure that they do not get depleted. That is, their number will not be reduced by our physical neglect of them. So, if you have the earthworms in your soil and you had cause to lift a container, maybe you want to shift some of your pots because that is why we do container gardening. You may want to shift some pots and look onto another side. You would find some earthworm. You should be ready with a brush and dustpan, and you can actually scrape up the soil that is on the ground under the pot and put it back inside another container. This will enable the earthworms to carry on breeding. If you place the pot back on top of them, I've seen this happen a lot of times, you actually crush these earthworms. Sometimes you can even see an earthworm and a part of it is coming out, and the remaining part of the body is under the pot. That earthworm has been crushed, and you may think it is not going to be feeling able to carry on living the way it was supposed to be before. Thank you very much, Echo Depo. I can see you there. You're welcome. Thank you. So, what we have to consider is just a few of these things that we have to, just tricks and tricks that we do with what we are doing with our gardening, and the soil will be okay, the plants will be okay. So, when we want to start planting, we have to consider the temperature outside, and we start our seeds indoors, because even if the temperature outside is a okay, seeds need mollycoddling. Seeds need a kind of a tender care. So you want to put the seeds in little pots and observe how they're growing. Even some people don't like to grow all their seeds. So when they put the seeds in, they only pick out the ones that are grown best, survival of the fittest. They take out the tallest ones, and those are the ones that they will plant on, and they may just take a few out of the rest and put it in, maybe it's not in the top spot in their garden. Those will also grow, but they put their best growers in the best locations in their garden, so that you will find that this would actually work well, because what you would notice is that this these plants, if you started them outside, they will probably take forever. They will probably have broken stems, because a tiny seed just germinating, being out there in the soil, is not very safe. There are some that you can grow outside, that you definitely have to grow outside. These are things like carrots, because the carrot does not want its roots disturbed. The root is what we're looking for in the case of the carrot, and also the onions and garlic. They don't want their roots disturbed. So you may want to grow those ones directly outside. But when they start germinating, we can cover them. We can use plastic bottles. That's what I do. Plastic bottles from drinks or water, transparent ones. You can place it on top of the seed and put a stick in through the mouth of that bottle into the soil. So you find that that bottle is not going to fall down. If you put a bottle on the seed and then you put a stick into the bottle, into the soil, the bottle will just be hanging on the stick, and then you can now put the bottle firmly pressed into the soil, so that you now create even a humid atmosphere for your seed to germinate in, and it will prepare the seed better, because one, it doesn't get dry. Two, it doesn't get picked out by squirrels and birds who come along as soon as they see your garlic or beans trying to germinate. They come and they pick it out and they're gone. So you can plant a whole field of beans or maize or garlic, and you come back and you're wondering, "Hmm, it's birds. Birds birds have picked them because anywhere that you have a garden, birds always come along because they find a lot of things there. They would find earthworms, they would find slugs, and they will also find some of your germinating seeds. So the seeds that you want to germinate outside, the ones that you have to germinate outside, make sure that they're covered. Make sure that the cover is stuck into the ground with a stick so that it doesn't fall over even if it's windy. And this is going to help to create a sort of a mini greenhouse on top of the seed. Now, depending on what you want to do, if you want to leave it to the open or you want to now let it carry on being, you would have to use a bigger something to cover the plant. But at least start it off either indoors where it's completely protected, or if it's outside, you place a bottle on top. Those are the best ways that we will be able to start off our tomato garden or vegetable garden, and everything will come up successfully. One thing I've noticed is that I always get volunteer tomatoes and I'll let them grow. And so a lot of people will say to me, okay, you have volunteer tomatoes in your garden. You don't even know where they are from. So it means we can just get any tomatoes and plant it. And I would say no. You can't just get any tomatoes from the supermarket and plant it. It will grow, it will produce, but what I have in my garden that is growing are the tomatoes that I have bought in the past. So every tomato that suddenly starts growing in my garden would be the seed of a tomato that I have grown. So I grow Moneymaker, Alicante, Shirley, some beefsteak, some sun gold. If a tomato comes along, it's going to have to be one of the varieties that I have grown in the past. Because when you are buying tomatoes in the shop, they don't write the variety on it, and you don't know if it's very good seed or not. Because for best gardening practice, you want to use good seed to start your garden. You don't want to just start with, oh, I've seen this seed, I'm going to grow it, and that is what I will just that you will not have a very brilliant, massive yield. It's just like planting a tree. If you eat a fruit and you say, oh, this fruit is sweet, and I plant it, you're going to find out that when it comes along, it may not be that sweet. So, what you should do is you can plant the seed that you like, but you're not going to be waiting for that particular tree to fruit. What you would have to do is, if you now have another tree, if you planted an orange tree, if you now have another orange tree that you've bought and it's sweet, and you want to turn your orange tree into two, you can cut it and graft it onto the seed that you have. It will definitely grow as sweet as the one that you grafted onto it. So it means you have used the seed that you had as a rootstock. So it might come out and definitely it will be good, and it will actually be faster. It will be faster that way. And when you see all these things suddenly popping up in the garden, it's always good to take a look and try to identify what plant they might be. This is one thing that I have tried to learn as a gardener over the years. I've tried to be able to identify some of my plants, and I've discovered a few new plants that are useful inside my garden. I've found things like borage. Borage has blue flowers. I just saw the leaves and I just said I would leave it alone, and it grew. And I asked online, I took a picture of it and checked online, and somebody said to me, this is borage. So I have borage in my garden now. I have robot, the robot herb, the herb robot. I have that in my garden as well. Now All these plants are actually good because they pull a lot of insects, a lot of pollinators, and they give structure to your garden so that the garden is not just about what you've planted alone. Some can come along and join in because the herb robot, it grows in my garden as a weed, but it grows in a corner, and then the flowers come out, they are pink and they look so nice that I can afford to leave this weed in this corner. That is how I actually like to do the gardening because it's not growing inside my garden bed. It's just growing in a corner on the ground. That is the way that I can allow a weed to be growing. And I also have comfrey. I grew some sunflowers and something else came in along with them. I tried to find out what it was, and everybody said to me it's comfrey. I've been looking forward to having comfrey that I would grow, but then comfrey is suddenly falling in my garden. I don't know. Maybe it's come with the roots of the sunflower because the comfrey would also have some sort of a calm roots like the sunflower did. I'm talking about perennial sunflowers now. So you find out that this actually started growing in my garden, and comfrey can be used to make liquid fertilizers. So what I did was to just cut up this comfrey. I cut it up. I put it in water, and I started to use it to water my garden. And then I went out because there's a small patch in front of my a curb in front of my place, and tried to identify all the comfrey that I could find in my area. Okay, and I found that there's a lot of comfrey going around. You just need someone to identify comfrey leaf for you, and you can find a lot of comfrey growing around just next door, across the road, and things. And you can just cut this comfrey, put it in water, and in 6 weeks you can use it to make your fertilizer feed for your plants. So all these things are ways I use to feed my tomato plants. I also would use um, banana because when I go shopping and I buy bananas and there is the peels. I was told that you can actually use this peel to make fertilizers. So it wasn't just about using the peel to make fertilizers, but it's about storing the peels to start my garden up in the spring again, because this helps to jumpstart the tomato plants when you have a lot of feed inside your soil for all the organisms that are in there. The plants will grow very quick and will grow very well and start to flower and to fruit. So you'll find out that this, okay, thank you. You find out that this system of gardening and looking at what is happening in your garden and learning from the things helps your garden to grow very much nicely. I also have some of my plants that I have to bring in during the winter. Some of them stay in permanently because they are indoor plants, so they don't even go and stay outside at all. But I have those that I bring in during the winter. I take my succulent plants and put them outside during the summer and they grow. But when winter comes, I have to take them inside, like my jade plants and my kalanchoe, the flaming katy. I have to bring them all back in during the winter because they can't bear the cold. Also, my elephant ears, I take some in. You can see it at the back. You can see the elephant ears just behind me. That's an elephant ear, and that's another leaf of the elephant ear. So I have to bring it inside, but it stayed out during the summer for it to be able to develop its big leaves. And those are the things that I had to make room for. I saw somebody who had made a picture this morning, and he said, "Me making room for my plants to be able to come in." And I was just laughing because that was exactly what I did as well. I had to actually make room for my plants. And thank you very much, Tony. I appreciate you. And I had to actually make room for the plants that they're growing outside during the summer, but then when it's winter, they have to come indoors because they wouldn't do too well being outside. And I would rather have them still looking nice. So since I know that I can create a bit of space indoors for them, I'll just put them indoors. And when the winter is over, I'll just put them back outside. So those are the ways in which we can actually um, encourage our garden to grow and give us a very big yield. What I do at this time is I start sorting out my seeds. I start out my seeds, the one that I bought even the year before, but I always write a date on my seeds as soon as I buy them. I write a date on it so that I will know how long ago it is. And let me tell you something, my tomato seeds, they still keep growing for the next 4 or 5 years. I'm talking about the ones I bought from the shop. But the ones that I saved from my garden, the tomato seeds that I saved from my garden, they saved me this year because I couldn't get to the market on time to because of all the lockdown and all the I couldn't get, and they saved me because they were the ones I planted first. So when I planted them, they started to grow, and I realized that these tomato seeds I actually saved them 2 years ago. I didn't save them last year. So it means the tomato seeds are able to actually live for a long time, even in seed form. But that is their purpose. The purpose is to remain dormant in tiny forms so that when you come along or the condition comes along that is conducive for their growth, they will germinate again. They will germinate again and they start a new young plant that will grow, and it also has its own duty. The duty of that plant is to bear seeds. And hello and welcome, Mr. Steve. Thank you. And the duty of that plant is to come along and bear more fruit. So, what the plant will do is it will grow, produce flowers, and these flowers, after they've been pollinated and fertilized, will go into the the fruits that we need. So they may be tomato fruits, they may be pepper fruits, and so on and so forth. So you find out that the only um, the only thing that we can do is to prepare prepare for what we want to sow. One other thing that I mean when I'm saying that we should prepare for what we want to sow is you should try to have an idea of how big this plant could be or how big you want it to be. Because if you are planting a fruit tree, it can grow very big. But if you know that you are going to try to make it quite small, then you can make it to be in a pot so that it doesn't get a chance to grow too big. So you are the one that is now going to decide how much space this tree is going to take, because you don't want a situation where your fruit tree in 3 years time is going to be interlocking each other because they are just too tightly packed. And I did this for some of my tomato that I planted in a pot. I only put two of them in, and it looked a bit loose. It looked a bit spacious. Like, why did I put these two? The reason is the tomatoes are quite small when I put them in at the beginning, but when they grow, when they reach their maximum height and body mass, they are going to be so very big. They are going to be, yes. I will send my yam recipe. Yes, I will send my yam recipe, Tony. Yeah, I will do. I will do. They are all quite nice. Thanks. So, what we find is that the 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 plants will occupy a bigger space. So we need to have that in mind before we get to that point, and we now start having a feeling that, oh, my my plants are overpacked. Because when plants are overpacked in a particular space, then the water on the leaves will not dry quick enough, and then pests will seize the opportunity to stay. Because all over there are these pests, but if you allow your garden to be conducive to them as a result of overcrowding, they will stay. If you allow your garden to be hostile to them, the pests will just go away. They will just not be able to stay because your leaves are dry or your leaves are not touching the ground. There's no way that the pests can latch onto your plant. Even if they tried, they would just find that the leaves are so dry, even after they've latched onto the leaf, they will die. They would not be able to reproduce. But if the leaves are always damp, you're always watering, always pouring water on it from the top, then you will find a situation where the pests will say this is a conducive place to be. There will be rain, there will be rain, and the rain will wet your plants, but that is the only amount of water that you should be allowing to go on your leaves. You can't do without that, unless if you want to put it indoors or under a sort of tunnel. um, if it's getting rainwater, that's about all that should fall on the leaves. The remaining water you may try to put at the base of the plant. Some of it will touch the leaves, but if you water your plants like in the morning and you know it's going to be sunny, then the sun will dry it up, and and before 24 hours there wouldn't be any more water. Okay, well, yes, I would like to grow bok choy. I actually got the seeds in a pack from one shop, but I need to. I think I think it's already gone. I don't know if you can tell me if I can still plant it, because my tomato patch is just lying there, and I'm not. That's what I do every year. I cover up my tomato patch. I don't put anything there. And then I decided this year that I can use this tomato patch to plant my garlic. So if there's any other plant that is still able to go on in, because I'm just going to plant the garlic in 3 rows, and there will still be about more than half of the tomato patch still left. So if I can still plant bok choy, I will actually go ahead and put them in the soil now, indoors, so that I will put it out later, because I've been told that the bok choy grows very fast. Somebody showed me the bok choy and said they planted it 3 days ago, and I still don't understand how that happened, because it was fully germinated. And I was thinking tomatoes cannot germinate, because I thought tomatoes germinate fast. Tomatoes cannot germinate in 3 days, and their two leaves are spread out like this. That is what I saw with the bok choy. So I'm going to try and grow a few more salad and veggies this winter. I'm growing broccoli right now. It's still very small, and kale. So those are the two that I'm trying to grow. Yeah, okay, so I should start the seeds in early February. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I will start them in February. I was also surprised because I thought I would be able to grow my spinach in October, November. but apparently not so. So I think I would have to start my spinach very early in the year. But I've got the spinach and I've got the bok choy. I've started the kale anyway. I got a lot of kale seeds and broccoli seeds, so I had enough to spare to try and see if starting it in November would actually produce anything. So it's going well so far, but it's just looking like a germinates. It's germinated, but it hasn't produced the next set of leaves. What I will do is keep it in mind because right now, yeah, okay, okay, I will plant the kale and broccoli as well because I've got them out in seeds, but they are still very tiny. So that's why I don't want to put them in the bed yet. They're still very young. I want to make sure that they succeed. The kale that I planted in the past in my garden, kale, spinach, and things. They were successful and everything. And what I didn't realize was that it was actually when the heat comes, they will start to flower, and then the butterflies will come along. That was what happened to the kale at that time. So it was a learning curve for me. I'm now building a cover for my kale and my broccoli. But the tomatoes don't actually need a cover because the tomatoes fend for themselves. If they have butterflies on them, the butterflies would probably lay eggs, but I never actually see because I've seen butterflies on the tomatoes flying around and everything. I've even seen them mating on the tomatoes, mating on, but they just don't find themselves able to latch onto the tomatoes with their larva. They latch onto the green vegetables or other plants that they find around. Even when I didn't plant green vegetables, because I would have thought maybe the green vegetable was like a saving grace for the tomatoes, they latched onto the rose. So they started to lay their eggs onto my rose, and that was where they were trying to reproduce. Okay. Yeah, under yes, under glass. I'm going to show you my glass that I have, and it doesn't actually have a wood around it, but I will show it to you so you can and see. 1 minute. This is the glass that I want to use for my cold frame. But the thing is, this bit is not wood. This bit is not wood. It's kind of MDF. So I don't know how it's going to cope if it's out there. Because for me putting it in the outside for the past year, you can see. So I want to know if I should build a wooden frame for this first before I use it as the lid for my cold frame. That's what I've been considering doing. Okay. Okay. So because it's not wood that has been used to frame it, you think it will still be all right for me to just use it like that, or should I take off that thing that is like MDF or whatever it is that is around it, because that actually absorbs water when I left it outside. So that's why I have it indoors now in my corner. Okay. Okay, I should just build the frame around it. Okay, I would see because thank you. Okay, I will take off the MDF and build a frame around it, because that I was thinking, after doing all the work of building a cold frame, and this thing starts to swell, it may not work well. I will build a frame around that glass. But I really was very glad when I got it, and I'll make good use of it so that the owner can be. I didn't purchase it. You can feel that I've made very good use of it, because it's a good size. One thing I always also think of is the space. Although I always think the same of this very small greenhouse that I see in the shops, that is just like my shelfie behind me here. And I would think, oh, it can't take a lot of plants. But I saw somebody start so many seeds inside that greenhouse. And now I know that even a tiny space can actually take a lot of plants. So I know that when I saw you building your cold frame, I know that that is going to take a lot of plants during the winter. That's why I'm encouraged to to do my cold frame. When I saw you building it, I was actually ogling it seriously, because I wanted to learn how I was going to make it and let it be all right, so that I can be able to use it. So one thing that we can do to help our garden if we are in a region where there is winter is we can build a cold frame, and you can go and check Tony's video. You can drop the link, please. You can drop the link so that somebody can see your cold frame and be able to build one if they like to do that. The cold frame is something I'm going to watch several times so that I can build one for myself, because you can see that I've been planning it for a while now, and I'm going to just use your video to guide me in building my cold frame. So when we are thinking about what we are growing in our gardens, sometimes it may not even be an outdoor garden. It may be a garden that is inside and right there. A lot of us have plants that are not just flowering plants directly, they may just be for the foliage. For example, I have pothos, and a lot of people have given it the name boring pothos. But I would consider that a pothos is not boring, because I have pothos in about 4, 5 different forms. And when people come here, they will say to me, what is the name of this plant? And I will say golden pothos. And they will point to the other one. And so, what is the name of this one? And I will say golden pothos again. And they will say, but these plants are different from each other. And then I would just be like, yeah, I've created them to grow in certain ways. So it's the way, yeah, thank you very much for that. Yes, thank you very much. And I would say, so this pothos, we can actually let it grow in different ways according to our choice. That is the way that we can create a garden in the way that we like. I mentioned your um earthworm grooming as well. White Davy, are you still around? You can drop your link for producing the earthworms in your garden, so that you can produce earthworms even in small um, batches, and you will soon get a lot of earthworms. You would have so much earthworms that you can sell. Even so, for people in tropical countries, you can go into gardening and specialize in earthworm production, because earthworms are a necessary part of our ecosystem. Apart from using earthworms in apart from using earthworms apart from using earthworms in our soil, earthworms can be used for fishing. Earthworms can be used to feed chickens. So if you get yourself into producing earthworms, you learn how to produce it. Are you there, White Davy? Because I want people who want to produce earthworms to feed their chickens and also to use in fishing. But it's more importantly, they want to use it to feed some chickens and some other animals so that you can use your waste food, cardboard, leaves that your chickens won't eat to produce earthworms, and you now have food for your chickens. Because somebody was saying something about what if all the feeds and systems don't give us enough feed for our animals? Then we need to be able to produce food. We need to know systems that we can use to produce food for our animals that we are keeping at home. So that is what we do. You can produce earthworms. Yeah. Thank you very much, Tony, and greetings to Raleigh. Yeah, greetings to him. I haven't seen him in a while, but I understand. Thank you so much, and bye. Okay. So what happens is you can go into gardening and you're not actually growing so much in terms of plants. You can go into gardening and be producing earthworms. That is one branch of gardening. What you are known for, that is the work of your hands. That is what you will specialize in. And that is what you will grow and learn more. That is what you will be an expert at. So, growing earthworms is actually one line that you can take. You will still be growing plants, but you will be growing a lot of earthworms. Yeah, you will be growing a lot of earthworms, and people can always come to you to obtain the earthworms. There are so many aspects of gardening. If you don't want to stand out there and be saying, I'm growing tomatoes, I'm growing peppers, you can be creating garden boxes. That is a part of gardening because people in gardens want garden boxes. You can be producing so many things. You can be producing even nettings for people to cover their vegetables. For example, I always find a lot of these cages around, but they are just open cages, like they've got the four corner sides. And I would think to myself, if somebody would take this cage and knock the net, I mean, you'd have to purchase the net and knock the net around it, and you take it and you turn it upside down, that covers your garden bed. You have a garden bed under appropriate netting. But one person cannot do everything. So all of us have to chip in. If you are doing garden bed nettings, if you are doing earthworms, somebody else could be doing vegetables, and somebody else could be doing fruit trees. We all producing and contributing. There are ways of starting small backyard businesses that it will take off and nobody would notice. Nobody would come running after you and saying, oh, you have a big business somewhere, because everything is just within your place. You're not busy running around trying to 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 establish worldwide yet. It can blow and go worldwide, but you can have a little garden that you're operating, and you're producing a lot from it, but it's not being noticed, because that's what they say. They say when you want to build a house, first of all, build your house inside. Build your house inside before you now build it outside. That is how it is. So that you will not building it outside and halfway resources have run out. So when you have all those things, it's a way of you're starting a small business. You're starting something that can be generating money for you in so many different ways. It can generate money for you in one way, and then still generate for you in and then and then you can still be doing what you are doing initially. So when you add a new line to what you're doing that is actually generating an income for you, then you you end up with some more income level, because if you remain on just one and you are not trying to do something else, then that one is all you will remain on. If you add another line to what you are doing, you will find out that it become more lucrative for you, and life and resources will come in easier. So what thing I'm always happy on is having this garden as a cushion, having it as a source of enjoyment, because that's what I'm going to go into now. Because I've been trying to mention that I have an indoor garden as well, and most of the things that I would produce indoor will not be food, but they bring me joy, because after some of my plants have grown big, I would have to create another 2 or 3 plants out of them. And some of these can be sold, can be given as gifts to other people who are gardens as well. So I find out that gardening is just a way of tapping the sun's energy and turning it into money. You tap the sun's energy, you use it to grow your plant, and you have money. You have something to use. There is this plant that people call money tree. That is jade. When you have a little jade, it grows. You put it out in the sun, it grows. If you broke your jade into small pieces and then you replanted all those small pieces, they will all grow into bigger sizes within 2 years. Now you may say 2 years is a long time to wait. Then you don't have to wait for it to grow big. There are people that are looking for small jade that they will grow on for themselves, but you will just have to sell it at a lower rate. But if you take my jade plant and I break it up, I'll probably show you my jade plant tomorrow. If I take my jade plant and I break it up, it's going to be about 100 pieces. If I break my jade plant up into about 100 pieces, I can sell all the pieces just like that, because I know a lot of people that want to buy jade. It's not just going to be the leaves. Each piece that I break off is going to have about 10 leaves on it, because that's how much leaves you have on the jade plant. It has so many leaves, and you can now have that's your jade plant, break it up, start growing it, and then sell it to a florist shop that can sell it on for you. So you have so many things that you can get from a garden that will be like an advantage for you. When you see things like dahlia growing, the dahlia would grow from seed. I was actually surprised. The dahlia will grow from seed, and in a year it will produce some bulbs under it. You can now divide one dahlia plant into two. If you choose to keep the two plants, you have two dahlia plants. If you want to give away one, it's up to you. But you can find out what I'm trying to say is it's the sun that's done all the job. The sunlight has helped the plant to grow. It has helped the plant um to to produce the bulbs underneath, and the bulbs have now um multiplied and become more for you to sell. So you find out that these things are just like a lazy man's way of actually you're just going and coming, because if you're going in, your garden is growing. If you're going out, your garden is growing. If you are sleeping, your garden is growing. Whatever you are doing, your garden is growing. And let me tell you something, when you're walking in your garden, you're actually exercising. You're actually doing things to keep your body fit. Because I know people that would just sit down in front of a television every day and not do anything else because, oh, no, I can't see myself doing one thing or the other. They would feel more tired because as soon as it's like the bedtime, maybe 11 p.m., they go to bed till the following morning. But if you've come home and you have a few things that you want to do in your garden, you help the garden along, you go indoors with something that you've harvested, and then you find out that is. I hope you're leaving me my likes before you. Please leave me my likes. Thank you. So you find that your um your garden will just carry on growing, and this is very very um, basic, because there is not much that you have to do to grow a garden. If you go somewhere and you look outside, there will be plants just growing and nobody is looking after them. That is the thing that you have to understand about a garden. Sometimes a garden would even grow without anybody looking after it. The reason why you are looking after your garden is because you want what is growing to be in peak perfect condition. Thank you, welcome. Please leave a like. You want the thing you're growing to be in very good condition when you're going to harvest it. For example, if you're going by the road, sometimes you may see a tomato. I saw a tomato last year just growing, and this tomato had nobody to look after it and anything. If it starts to flower and fruit, they may not be in the best condition, but I can assure you that the tomato plant can grow by itself. It doesn't need anybody to really look after it. It will grow, and it depends on where it has grown. That's what's going to determine how much fruit that's going to be produced. If it's growing very close to a tree, it will just sprawl over the tree, and then this fruits can be produced above without touching the ground. But if it's growing in a place where there's nothing for it to rest on, that is what happens in the case of a garden, because we don't have anything for these plants to rest on in the garden. They will probably be falling into the garden bed. That is why we need to put either a cage or a stick that we are going to tie the tomatoes to. So if you have a tomato that is growing, that is just outside, it will not do well. The one that you're growing, you need to support so that when you want to come for your harvest, you will be able to get peak condition produce. If it's tomatoes, if it's strawberries, or even if it's leafy green vegetables. If you take a look at my video on kale, first harvest and second, third harvest of my kale, oh, I was so happy and everything was good. By the time I went back to harvest some more kale, I could see there were holes, butterflies had laid their eggs, and I learned that lesson. You have to look after your garden. You have to put some things in place. So it's not as if I'm going to be running around I'm just going to have to make sure that I have a caged net that I can place on top of it so that butterflies cannot reach it. It doesn't need pollination, it just leaves. So it doesn't need bees because you can't really cage your tomato in a small cage like the one that I have. The bees will not be able to gain access, just as the butterflies can't. But with the case of tomatoes, they are not they are not the butterflies' interest at all. It is your leafy green vegetables that the butterflies want to go and lay their eggs on. So those are the ones you need to put a net cage, a barrier to prevent um, butterflies from getting to them. When you have sown different things indoors and you wait for the new year, you wait for spring, the new season to come along, you'd have to consider the size that each one will reach when it gets to maturity. And that is what will dictate your spacing. There are books and even online on YouTube that tells you place these two plants 4 inches apart, place this a certain, you will be able to see the distance that you put between your the distance that you put between your plants. You see it online and in books. What do you use to treat Macbeth? I don't understand what Macbeth is. Is that a plant or a sort of disease on plants? Maybe you have another name for it that I'm not recognizing. Is that a disease on tomatoes? Macbeth. Macbeth. Um, okay. Yeah, cabbage moth. Now, what I do in the case of the cabbage moth is protection because the moth falls in the same class as the 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 butterfly. Both of them come along and lay their eggs. So what I do is a barrier. I do a barrier netting over my cabbages. And then what I notice is that once cabbage has reached a certain stage, the moth, the season of the moth has gone, they are no longer bearing eggs. They they will leave your cabbage alone. But right from the first 2 months, when the cabbage is still small, you'd have to have a barrier, cover them with netting boxes, and not allow butterflies and moths to get to it. Because you would soon have all those hornworms playing around. They like it when it's still young, but once it has matured to a stage, they won't even come along and lay their eggs on it because they know that you probably soon be harvesting it, and the life cycle their of their egg for it to finish larva and pupating will be at risk. So they won't come along and lay their eggs on it when it has got to a certain size. So what I do is a barrier and then picking it. If I see anyone, if I see any larva on my vegetables or my cabbage, I pick it. Yeah, she's written that as well. Yeah, I put the moth in the same group as the butterflies because they all fly around just trying to lay their larva onto the green plants. So it's not as if the cabbage moth it's actually their larva that is the problem. But the larva cannot feed on the cabbage when it has got to a certain size. So while the cabbage is still small, I will keep it covered. That's what I do. I cover it with nets when it's just starting to grow. But the thing is that you don't want to keep it covered for too long because I don't want it to be too moist in there. So after a while, you have to take the net off. At that stage, the cabbage is so firm that the cabbage moth will not lay its egg on there because it will be aware that the larva will not have enough time to hatch from egg, be a larva, feed, become a pupa, and then become the adults that will fly away. So even they in their mind, they time these things. It's a natural reaction. They time these things and then they say, "Oh no, I won't lay my eggs on this one." They are looking for the young ones to lay their eggs on because they know it will still be there. The gardener will not be picking it yet. It will still be there. Please leave some likes for me. Thank you. Yeah. So you will see that the younger ones are the ones who get eaten by cabbage moth. That is where you're going to find a lot of their larva. When it's still young, that's when they will lay the eggs, and then when it's now older, you won't see them. Even if they come along, they just come along to play. They will not lay their eggs where it will be risky, where it's possible for the gardener to. It's all right. Thank you. Yeah, where it's possible for the leave my like, please, everybody. Thank you. So where it's possible for the gardener to harvest the 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 cabbage before their little egg has matured and become an adult, they won't lay their eggs there. So I think a barrier is the best thing that I use to deal with them because the cabbage actually lays in leaves on top of each other. They have a lot of spaces to hide in. So I can't even consider any other way to protect it in a backyard garden than barrier and making sure that the cabbage moth is not able to fly and come along and touch it. Because once it touches it, stays around, it finds it a conducive area. It will always find a conducive, moist area between the leaves. Then it will start laying the eggs. That's the reason why the cabbage moth is very successful. It will always find a space because if there are so many leaves tightly wrapped together, a moth will find a space to lay a few eggs, and they will just stay there and do damage to the cabbage. So my best way of dealing with it is barrier with a net. I use a net for barrier. Thanks. And then the other things that we consider are things that we will not even consider the birds that are flying around and coming along to pick off a few of the slugs that are walking around and they get careless. We should try sometimes to put out a bowl of water so that the birds will come along. If the birds are coming along to drink water in in a bird bath, they will drink and they will bath in it and everything. They will pick up a lot of pests as well, and not a lot of them will be hanging around if they know that a lot of birds visit your area. There are times I go in my garden and I'm hearing the sound of a lot of birds, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, carry on, because even the sound of the birds, I'm sure, can keep away a lot of these things that want to come and lay eggs. I don't know if the butterflies are hearing the birds, but the fact that the birds come into the garden, I think it helps as well. So although I'm not breeding the birds, I put the water outside. The birds come along, they drink, they walk around, they pick some slugs, probably some earthworms. Earthworms stay in the soil anyway. It's slugs that go walking around early in the morning. The birds pick them. So you find out that the the butterflies stay away when you have a bowl of water for the birds in your garden, because they could get snapped up and their larvae will get snapped up. So, what will be the point of laying your eggs where you know there are many birds flying around? It won't come to a full cycle. So, there won't be any insects at the end of the life cycle. A butterfly would think about that and not lay eggs in such an area. So I'm using a natural um, control for the pest by welcoming the birds to come along. One other thing that I've noticed is sometimes I will see a mouse running across, but then there's like two cats that are always sitting on top of my fence. My cats, they're not mine, but they stay with me. They're always sitting on top of my fence. They walk up and walk down, and these mice cannot even stay because these cats are always there. That's a natural control as well. So there are so many things that we can find that help a garden to grow along, and we don't have to stress about it. One thing that I'm going to make mention of, and I'm putting it in my video, if you are growing strawberries, is yes, butterflies and bugs like to go and put their babies on strawberry leaves, because strawberry leaves are very short, they're very close to the ground. It's not very easy to water a strawberry bed. There will always be water on it. So those can come along and try to affect your plants, but it's not going to overtake the plant if you try as much as possible to keep the leaves dry. It will just work in your favor. Wet in the morning, by afternoon the leaves are dry. The the spittle bugs are very obvious, and you can just wipe and take them out and send them to a better place for them to be. So all those are the things that we'll find that work in our favor when we're doing gardening. Even you can have a garden that is not purposely like a garden for food. You can have a garden that is a flower garden. I know people nowadays are going into flower farming. They also find that there are many ways you can grow your flowers, and it will be very favorable, because if you buy packets of flowers, what I always advise is proper gardening practice is to buy proper seeds. The only way you can use a seed is if you initially bought some seeds, or you got these seeds from somebody who bought them, not just any seeds that you find and you start growing it. I keep saying that the yield will not be enough, because a lot of people will say to me, "Are your tomatoes what do they what is the question? Are your tomatoes hybridized to produce?" And I would say no. It's not as if they okay, great. That's lovely. I'm happy to hear that, and all the best. So it says, are your tomatoes hybridized sort of a breed or something like that? And I would say no. I just use proper seeds that have been looked after and kept in very good condition, and then posted to me, and I plant them. And if their seed now grows again the following year, it will be all right. Yes, it's good to learn that you're growing your strawberries because this is the season for it. There is no like, oh, you must grow it at this time or the other. You grow it now, it's able to extend its roots very well before spring comes. Once your strawberry has its roots properly established in the soil, as soon as it's March and you have spring, it goes up. I don't know when it's spring over there, but as soon as it's spring, the strawberries will go off. Another advantage as well is you can grow it in spring and it will grow off the following year. That's one advantage of strawberries. It doesn't mind any time of year. It's whenever you find strawberries that you grow it and it will always work out. That's one thing I appreciate about strawberries. But we just need to keep the slugs away because slugs love a strawberry patch. They will just latch onto the strawberries, being very close to the ground. They will latch onto it and they won't let go. They will just be like the very tiny. You can have very tiny slugs that you wouldn't even believe. They will latch onto it and they will make a hole, and that's no longer a perfect strawberry, is it? You want your strawberry to be completely good. My pleasure. My pleasure. Now, considering we could just have different ideas of what we want to plant, some people will want to plant okra. You need to buy the okra seed that is native to your area, and you need to plant the okra in a very sunny spot. In fact, the okra, the pepper, the strawberry, and the tomatoes, those four plants, they enjoy the same things. So it's quite easy for you to just be mixing your soil and not saying, oh, I can't use this one soil for the other one. It's very convenient for them in the same type of soil. So you have an advantage if you're growing those four plants. The only thing is that you want to put, yeah, yeah, you want to put your onion, I mean, your, not onion, onion doesn't want fertile soil. You want to put your okra where there's a lot of sun. And when you're planting okra, you start harvesting early. You start harvesting early and you prune it. When you prune your okra, it becomes stronger. It's just like a pepper plant. The okra is just like the pepper plant. You need to prune it so that it develops a strong initial stem. When that initial stem is strong and firm, it will be able to produce a lot more pepper plants. Thank you very much, Anne. Yes, yes, they do. Yes. So they start to produce a lot more if you prune it by pinching off the axial, that is the very tip of the growth point. You pinch that off, it will separate in, and you can have more. This will make the lower parts to grow stronger. It will make the main stem to grow stronger. If you have ever grown dahlia, it goes on the same formula. Or what's the other plant? Zinnias. You pinch it off, it will set out more branches And then that branch that is touching the ground, the main branch, will know that it has to buff up, it has to get thicker, and you have so many avenues of getting your okra. And also, don't let your okra get too big. Once an okra plant has okra on it that has grown so big, that has become mature, it slows down. If you are just taking them off while it's young, just take them off, and that's the best time to eat them because it's softer. You like the okra that is softer than the one that has gone firm. So you're taking them off while it's still young, it will still be producing a lot and producing a lot. And keep feeding it. Okra needs feeding and water. It needs feeding and water. And yeah, pruning is very good for okra. It strengthens the stem. It strengthens the stem of the okra plant, and you'll be able to get more out of it. That is how okra grows. It doesn't want to now reach one fruit or two to being strong and mature and dry. Once it does that, it will slow down because then it knows I've produced a viable seed. If you're still taking the fruits off while they are still young, that plant is aware that the fruit was not viable because the seeds inside it won't be big. You can't even take the onion, I mean, you can't take the okra, onion. You can't take the okra off and go and dry it and say you are going to plant it. That's not possible. It's only when the okra has been on the plant and grown very strong, that is when you can say you want to plant it. So if you allow your okra to reach that stage where you're now having the strong ones, unless if it is strong onions you want to use for another recipe, because there's a recipe that uses strong onions, then I will talk about that in a minute. If not, try to harvest your okra while they're still about 2 inches. Just harvest it and it will be okay. Now, if you're trying to produce strong onion for another recipe that requires you to take your onions, dry them, then you have to leave all the onions on the plant and wait for it to mature. When all the onions mature, you take them off. They will mature and they will start looking as if they're getting dry. Yeah, you will have to wait for a very towards the end of the season with all of them on it. Then you take off the mature onion and you use a very strong knife. I don't know what they used to use in those days, but they now cut it off with a very strong knife and it will be almost dry. And these onions will be dried. This dry onion is used to make a sauce with chili peppers. They would normally do this where they're growing a lot of onions. It's used for storage. They will let them grow, mature, cut it up, dry it, and this dry onion can then be beaten and broken up, mixed with chili pepper, and that is what will be used in cooking. It will still be like the onion when you're eating it, but it has a special, different taste when you're eating it. When I was in school, yeah, we had a lot of that, and I we used to like it because it was the mature okra. But it's not advisable to try to do that in temperate regions. You have to be in the tropical region for your okra to be able to grow that big, because those okras were very big. Those okras grew very, very big and then they got dried. That's it. That's the way that you can do the okra and it will come out good. So you put the chili pepper in it, it keeps. That is a storage method. It's a storage method for chili, for okra, and also for chili, because you also want to dry your chili, you want to dry your okra, because you want to just preserve what you've grown. And it's not every time you want to put everything in the freezer. But if you are in the tropics, you can dry the okra. But if you're planning to dry your okra, you need to allow it to mature on the plant. Because when it's mature, it won't be so slippery when you're cutting it. You can cut it easily and it dries. Then you mix it with chili and you store it. It makes a very nice sauce. Now, talking about chilies, when you grow your chili, the chili is actually not a 1 year plant. The chili is a plant that can keep living for 5, 6 years. And I've seen that a lot of this opportunity is being missed. People will grow chili for 1 year and just discard it. This plant has not produced so much. You say, oh, my chili plant, oh, it had so much pepper on it, it had this, it had that. And then I'll say, oh, and then you kept it for the following year. I say, oh no, I didn't keep it. When you keep your pepper plant till the following year, you are actually saying how well it produced in the first year. You will be blown away by how much it will produce in the second year, because it will double the amount it produced in the first year. That's what it will do, because the stem is now stronger, it's now taller. So that is why we have what we call overwintering in the temperate countries. You overwinter your pepper. But if you are living in the tropical region where there is no winter, what you just do is make your pepper go into dormancy, because that's what we are doing when we say we overwinter pepper. We're making it to try to be dormant. Take off all the flowers, there will still be some. Take off all the little fruits. Don't say, oh, maybe if I keep it indoors, it will grow bigger. Just take all of them off by November. Take them off and trim down the plant. When you trim down the plant, it will slow down. You may lift it out of the soil, and if you have a lot of them, and put them all so that you can cut off some of their roots. That way, you can put them together, maybe in a box or in a pot. But what I do, I don't even lift my pepper. I just bring it in, leave it in its pot, and take out all the leaves. I can leave maybe one or two. There's some of them I took out all, because I'm just trying to try and see if taking out all will work out. I would normally leave one or two leaves. So leaving this pepper plant as a stump, it grows back the following year and is almost as tall as a tomato. Because usually you know that pepper plants are down there, they are very short. But if it's growing in the second year, it will grow so tall, and it's now got a very thick stem, main stem, and a lot of thick stems will grow out of it. So you don't have to bother about the stems of this first year. Cut them all off. Leave it up to the point where it separates to the first Y, and cut it. Some of my own peppers don't even separate into Y. They separate into Y in three ways. Just leave the three of them and it will be all right. If you are in such a weather that is so good, you can go a bit higher, but definitely take off a lot of leaves. You can go a bit higher than the first Y. You can go into the second Y if it's sturdy enough, because the bigger it is at the starting point in March, the bigger it will get by April, May. So if you are just bringing out a young seedling in April, May, believe me, the one that you are brought out from dormancy will already be fruiting. while that one is still struggling with we are going to top it, top your pepper, do this. You are still going to be doing all sorts of activities while people are harvesting pepper next door on peppers that they've tried to overwinter. When I first started to overwinter peppers, I would take the pepper indoors, and it's so difficult to hot to cut off my plant. So I would just harvest the peppers or even leave some of the peppers on top and say it will ripen. But then it was never successful because that pepper was using up all the energy. But when I now, you have to have tough love, decided to do it by cutting off all those unnecessary flowers, fruits and stem, and keep the pepper very close to the ground. My pepper came back and it was very big. And that year, I only did one pepper. So this year, I think I've got about 10 peppers because I'm in charge of producing second year peppers now. It's not about just first year peppers anymore. It's peppers in their second year, peppers in their third year, peppers that are as tall as me when I'm plucking it. Because that's the type of pepper I used to have. I used to have when I was in the tropical region. I didn't know we could do that here in the temperate region. So now that I've learned how we can do it, I'm having tall peppers because I'm keeping them indoors. Okay, okay then. I'll see you there. Okay, so I'll see you. So I will have the peppers and buy. Okay, so I would have the peppers, and I would ensure that they remain the following year, because that way they are not just starting from zero. They already have themselves pushed forward, and this will definitely help them go along in their production. And I'm always aiming for high yield in all my plants that I put in my garden, because I haven't got a lot of space. I have to do vertical gardening, and I have to 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 ensure that I'm getting a good yield out of it, just to see the possibilities that we can achieve, that we can accomplish in a garden. That is my aim. I try to push my plants. Um, they get pushed very well, and they produce a lot. So um, let me see. Okay, the other question that I had was people asking me what I did with some of the things that I grow. And when people ask me, it's about the different things. Some people ask me what I did with my tomatoes. Do I make spaghetti sauce with it? Do I make stews with it? And so on and so forth. So people would say, do I store it in the freezers or do I dry it? I don't actually dry any of my tomatoes. What I do is I'll blend some, I'll cut some, and when you cut your tomatoes and pack it in a bag, it takes less space. I'm not going to squeeze out juice, because I think that has already squeezed out some of the goodness. So I'm not squeezing out the juice. I'm just trying to cut it up so that it occupies less space. I do that for my peppers as well, especially my large peppers. I'll cut them up. If you cut one large pepper into four, you can put 10 large peppers in a space where you would have put just three, and you would just, because the four quarters of the large peppers are now lying on top of each other, they line against each other, and you can pack them into the bag. So that's one sure way of storing my peppers. Another way in which I would store my peppers is the ones that are chili peppers. I'll just leave them. Sometimes I'll put a slit on the side, and I'll leave them. You have to make sure it's in a container where insects cannot go in. That is, it's got net. So you can't have ants going in there. And then I will leave them, and the temperature inside the house is enough to gradually dry the pepper, and it will not break down, it will not rot. If you have a situation where you think it may rot, then don't slice the side, because I've done that before as well. Just leave the pepper and take a look at them every day. Make sure no one is on top of each other. That's the basic thing. The pepper is going to be in a tray, not on top of each other. And then you come back and take a look and see that they are not sticking together, they are not getting eaten by any insect. And if you look at your pepper in 2 weeks, it will be dry. That is what happens with peppers. It loses its water because it doesn't have a lot of water to start with. If it's bell peppers, you have to split. I mean, you have to slit bell peppers. If you don't slit bell peppers, it won't dry. So you slit bell peppers and you can put it on the window sill where it can receive some sun. That way, it helps it along with drying, but not too much sun, because too much sun will make it to become hot. Just let it receive a bit of sun and it starts to dry. This dry pepper can now be stored together, and you don't need to like freeze it or anything. When you're storing dry goods, you can store them in your dry goods containers, dry goods bags, and this works great for the for the peppers. If you have a situation where you have no way of storing them dry, and you want to store them um, still wet, then sometimes you may blend the pepper. You may blend the pepper or cut it up into smaller bits. If you've cut pepper up into smaller bits, you can put a lot of it into the same bag. In fact, when I cut them into four, I could put about four peppers into a bag that I would put three. But when I chop them into slits, like almost into long, about an inch long, I could put about 15 in a bag, because I was just finding different ways of storing all these peppers. Because sometimes I have to store the pepper until maybe somebody comes along, and I just give them this little pouch of pepper, like, okay, you have this. And in that little pouch of pepper, I would say, look, I put about 10 inside. It may look very small, but when the person is using it, see that it just lasts and lasts and lasts. That's because it's a lot of pepper that are packed inside it. Also, if you have the dry ones, after they've become dry, you put them into dry bags, or blend them. Blend them in a mill. When you blend it in a mill, it will become smaller again. So the amount of dry pepper that you put in a bag, if you blend it, you can put like times 10 in it. So sometimes I don't actually blend the pepper that I'm going to give away, because you don't want to be blending things that you want to give someone, unless the person specially likes ground pepper. You can just give the dry pepper like that and it works, or you store it and you use it in your own diet for yourself. It's always good to have chili peppers and all those in our diet. It's just a great way to plant what you eat and eat what you plant. It's just goes and you enjoy what you're what you're getting. In the case of some other plants, I've spoken about how I will store the tomatoes. Yeah, there's one more way of storing the tomatoes that I haven't mentioned. So the tomatoes that I also have, I can boil it down. That is to blend it and boil it down. And when it's become thickened, like a tomato sauce, I will now store it in containers that are far smaller than I would have used if I just left it in its normal form. So when I'm cooking some other meals, I just bring out these small portions. I would portion it into smaller sizes. I can now bring out these small portions and I have tomatoes to use for my cooking. Maybe I'm making spaghetti sauce. Maybe I'm making jollof rice, or I'm making proper uh, uh, chicken stew, or goat meat stew, ox tail stew. I can just bring out the tomatoes, put a little portion on it, and the cooking goes on. Remember, it's already half cooked, so don't overcook it when you now bring it along. Just a little bit more cooking would do. That is how I store that. And as I've mentioned the four main foods and how I stored them, I would just like to I'm trying to remember this. Just try to see if there are other items that I want to mention how I store them. For example, I could be storing um, things like onions, but what happens is the onions I don't produce so much that I'm going to have to be storing it. So the onions that I actually store in my house are shop bought. The onions that I grow, I don't grow so much onions that I have to store, that I have enough to store, is what I mean. So when I buy onion bags, I've mentioned earlier, I just throw my onions into the legs of stockings and I tie it up and hang it up so that it's blowing in the wind and the onions don't go bad. So the only other thing that I have that I can consider that we will look after are the flowers. When you're growing flowering plants or when you have a flower garden, all your flowers do not need to remain in the garden. At the height of summer or after spring has passed, when spring has just come, you will have some. You can start to harvest them. For example, you can harvest your first few flowers. This will actually encourage more growth. So you are not just harvesting the flowers because you want to put them indoors. You take your zinnias and you cut some of it. You take your dahlias and your roses and you cut them. You're not just harvesting them because you want to use the flowers. You're harvesting them because it actually works to the plant's interest for you to do that. So when you have your zinnia and it's growing, you want to cut it so that you only have four side branches coming out. If you feel you can't go that far in, then maybe leave six. So you will have about three flowers already being formed at this stage. So when you cut it, you now have three dahlias, you now have three zinnias. You can do the same for your dahlia. As it's coming out, just let it have about four to six down there at the bottom, close to the soil, and cut it up. And when you're cutting, consider that these plants have a hollow center. Don't water and pour water into the hole so that it doesn't start to rot. You need to make sure that you cut it at a time when you're not going to be watering for the next 24 hours or 48 hours, even. So you cut it, you now have dahlias, you now have zinnias, and you do the same for your roses. This will make a pretty arrangement for indoors. And I always like to have flowers in from the garden in the house because it's actually a warm thing. It warms the heart of everybody to see our flowers in the vases and in the jugs, just being here with us. And what happens is that these flowers actually last longer than if we left them outside. Because if you leave the flowers outside, they are bearing the sun, they are bearing the wind. So the flower will start to burn and turn brown. But if you harvest it and bring it indoors and just keep it in water, it will remain for much longer, to remain for what much longer. Because I use aspirin when I'm doing my cuttings, I have aspirin in water already. So I've just put a tiny chip of the aspirin tablet into the water of my flower vase, and this helps as a um, it's anti-inflammatory, so it helps calm the cells of the plant down, and they don't wilt quickly. It helps to carry them further, and the mix is good for the plant. So I have the aspirin for when I'm doing my um, propagation, because I do propagate a lot of my indoor plants. So I have to put aspirin to help them start growing. I also use aspirin in the tomato garden. I'll mention that at some other point. So what we will see is that when we bring these flowers in, because it's necessary that you do so, it helps the plants. It helps them to even grow better flowers for you in the summer. So if you've cut it and you bring it in, you do your flower arrangement, you have flowers indoors, you make sure you're not wetting those plants outside yet, you don't want to pour water into the holes, then it all works out that your plant will produce more vigorously than if you left it, and it won't be too wimpy, like just shaking around in the wind, being tall, having so many stems just all over the place. The four that you left the four that you left will grow sturdy, and then the main one will grow very sturdy. If you have like, it will be like a trunk, and then the four that you have left will grow very sturdy, and it will be the mainstay of the plant. So for it to have four, it will stay very well. And from those four, that's where you're going to start having branches coming out, producing the flowers. Those four will produce flowers of their own right at the tip. You can take that off, and that will be your second cut of flowers. The first time was your first cut. When you take off from the four, that's your second cut of flowers. So you can take those from your zinnias, from your dahlias, and you have flowers for indoors again. And the plants are better off for the fact that you cut them. So you take your second cut, you have flowers for indoors, but even your plant outside is doing well because the sun is still feeding it, you are still feeding it and watering it, and everything goes beautifully. You can take pictures, take videos of your garden because I've noticed that for those of us, especially living in the temperate regions, when winter comes, we long for our garden. I do that a lot. I feel so sad during the winter months until I started gardening, and I'll have this actual hobby right from time. I just like photographing things around me. So I'll keep photographing my garden, making short clips of my garden. So I would have that to look at. And it actually warms the heart to have something like that. So when you see your beautiful flowers during the summer, take pictures of them, take short clips of them, download them onto some hard drive, and keep it. And you can take a look at it again during the winter. This would actually make you happy. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I actually forgot my cup of water. Thanks. I'll get a drink now and then I'll come back. Thank you, Davy. Okay, now. Yeah. So when you do the cut on your flowers, you have flowers for the home, and you also have flowers for your garden, and it works. Yeah, cheers, thank you. Uh, so when you do the cut for your of flowers outside, you'd have flowers inside and outside, and it's actually helping the plants outside to grow better. So even if you're trying to grow your plants, maybe you want to beautify your place, it's more beautiful, and you still have beautiful plants indoors. You just need to know where to cut so that the plant has an advantage and you have the beauty of the pieces that you cut off that you can now put in water inside. So when you see um, a person's garden and the zinnias are looking really beautiful, that's how it's done. Or if it's the case of the dahlias, that's how it's done. And so many other plants that grow up with one stem in the middle and then branches out on the sides. It's the cuts that allows those plants to produce, and they would produce and produce and produce. And you will see that this plant is yielding more than my own plant. And then you start to wonder, it's because it's been properly cut by somebody who knows how to and when to do the cut on the plants. Produces and gives us a lot of joy when we see that in the gardens. You also want to remember your bulb plants. Those come in at different times in the year. In fact, I'm making a calendar in which I write all my bulb plants and when each one comes in, because I want to make sure there's always a plant coming in for every month of the year. Even if there can be overlap, I wouldn't mind. Because right now I have the lilies, the nerines. They came in October and they're going to be here till December. And I believe the crocus and daffodils will probably be taken over from January, February, because they're starting to come up now. They're starting to come up. And then March, iris. The iris I think comes along in March, April. I have two types of iris in my garden. And the one produces the other iris produces yellow flowers, and the other iris produces yellow and brown flowers. It's much smaller and it produces this beautiful orange seeds. If you've seen them, the beautiful orange seeds. So you can cut that seed. That's after the flower is long gone. It will produce the seeds, and the seeds are beautiful. They are orange. They are very bright. It just looks like sweet corn. So you can cut this at the base and put it along with your flowers. That's a nice way of using your garden for decoration. You put it, and it's good for decorating the garden. That's from the, the iris. I'm trying to remember the name, the type of iris it is. It's a tongue twister. So it just produces this orange thing that looks like corn, and they don't fall off. You can cut that and put it in your flower arrangement. That is good for the home as well. So we find out that this we find out that this kind of plant, although you would think, oh, it's just produced, the flowers are not always very many. Like last year, it produced just four flowers and they stayed there for a long time. But I was very happy to see the seeds when they came along. So these plants will always have a way in which they would favor us and give us some advantage. You would not be disappointed at all when you choose to grow some flowers and things in your garden. And the other iris plant, it just stays there and multiplies. That's what it does. It's called sheep's sails, and I have the yellow ones. The advantage of it multiplying so much is that I have some of my neighbors that have the purple one, and my neighbor has said, which we made an arrangement, I'm going to have a purple one of her and give her some of my yellow ones. So they are not all in my garden bed. So the ones that are actually separate in a pot, I can easily just break off some of the plants and use it for exchange as well. So in gardening, that's another advantage. You have things to say to your neighbors. You have activities to do. So you are not just doing your gardening on your own. You have other people who are also doing their gardening. You have somebody to discuss with, somebody to chat with. Having a garden that's not necessarily in an allotment can be doing it on your own, but It's not doing it on your own because other people in your neighborhood also have their gardens. And then you find yourself talking about the plants, the rain, and exchanging seeds and exchanging bulbs and so on and so forth. So it just works out very nicely at the end of the day. This is one advantage that you see and you find that comes along with gardening. It really, really does help everybody out. It helps all the invertebrates that come along to visit, the snails, the bees, the butterflies. It helps everybody out. It helps the vertebrates, the birds, the squirrels, the mice. I haven't seen any rat before, but I've seen a few mice trying to run around, and they just make a cacophony of noise here, and you start to wonder if living in the woods, just because we have gardens, it's because they can find something or the other to pick and eat. So they tend to hang around. They tend to hang around and just in the background, but you can hear their sound, you can hear the hoots and everything. I'm going to put it in one of my videos so you can hear the sound in our place in the mornings. I hear all the birds and squirrels, everybody just a cacophony of noises, and that's because there's a garden around, so they're just hanging around and trying to be the first bird that catches the worm. That's what they're trying to do. So you find out that having a garden is actually something that you do when you've made a plan and you start it very small. You don't start it by saying, I want somebody to, then that's not your garden. That's just a garden that's been started by somebody. I can come to your place and see a very beautiful garden. That is very nice and that's very all right. But that garden has been done by somebody else. You probably don't even know how any of the plants grow. That's different from what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about is a garden that you can tell the story of every plant in your in your garden. That's the type of garden that um, I'm calling a backyard garden because it's right there in your backyard. So you should know a bit about the plants that are in there. It's also a way to help us learn the names of plants. Because if you have a garden, at least maybe one day you will know that this thing is called rose. But if you don't have a garden, mm, you can just keep going. And I've seen people calling other plants rose. And I will just be like, they will see a camellia and say it's a rose. They will see a carnation and say it's a rose. They will see any plant that bunches, that the flower bunches up a bit. They will say it's a rose. A cosmos, a double cosmos. They will say it's a rose. I will say no, those are not roses. People need to try and understand what a rose looks like and what may not be a rose. Because a cosmos definitely doesn't look like a rose. So don't mix it up with roses. And having a garden just helps us to know the the different things, and it does help a lot. It does help a lot to have those things around us because it's just a way of life. It's a way of life. So my final way of using the things from my garden is I cook them and eat them. We have a large family. We cook, we eat, we cook and eat every day. So the things in the garden just goes in and we eat them. That's what I mainly, and that's the purpose of the garden initially, is let's put something there and then we can just pluck it and eat it. And it's worked so well because even in the first few years when I would pluck my tomatoes, I would just make salads with it. But nowadays, when and we have enough tomatoes that we can make our soups, we can make jollof rice, spaghetti sauce, yam sauce, fried rice, noodle sauce. We can make so many different yam sauce, gumbo okra sauce. We can make from the things that we're getting from our garden. So it's no longer a matter of, oh, it's just a salad. We still have to buy some of these items, but we're growing some. We are growing them at convenience. We are growing them at um, peace of mind of this is learning, and this is teaching the children how to grow a few things, because it's not bad to learn something. Every knowledge is useful. So if the kids learn how a tomato grows, it's good. You learn how pepper grows, the okra, and they also learn the names. Yes, you can go to the park and tell the children the names of these plants, but sometimes, especially in the case of the okra, they wouldn't. They would just see the okra all the time, see the okra, see the okra. But when we grow okra and they see the flower of the okra, then they will be blown away, because the flower of the okra is beautiful, it's soft, it's elegant, it's gentle. You almost want to pluck the flower of your okra and put it indoors, but don't do that. But if you pluck the flower of the okra, it's not going to get pollinated, and then you're not going to get any fruit. So you leave the flower of the okra alone, but you can photograph it. But okra actually does produce a very beautiful yellow flower. Sometimes I've seen in pictures the okra producing purple, bluish flower, I think. But mainly, okra produces this very beautiful yellow flower, and it's a beauty to behold. You can take a picture of these things and you'll be impressed. The first time I saw the flower of chives, I was blown away. It may not look that big or anything. It's quite small, not bigger than a 1 inch, 1 inch diameter kind of flower. But the shade of the purple on top of just grass, like what chives grows like, um, cylindrical grass, and you use that like onion, for it to have purple bulbs as flowers is really, really beautiful. I considered it very, very beautiful, and I found it very attractive. And the bees would not let it rest. The bees will not let the bees will not let the flower of the chives rest. They will just be all over it, just all over it. And it's the same with the leek. The bees like to fly and share a buzz around on the flower of the leek, which is quite much larger than that of the chives. They buzz around on it, they play around on it. I'm remembering a video of some bees on my leek, and they were really having a good time. They were really having a good time on the on the plant. It was incredible to see the beauty of these things. It's incredible to see the beauty of these flowers. because you just assume, oh, I'm having chives, and you're just cutting your chives, because that's what I do. I cut my chives and use it, and then chives come back, it goes away and comes back in March. It comes back earlier. It comes back maybe February, but you are not noticing it because it's still very small. But then by the end of March, by 30th of March, you have to cut your chives. If you don't cut your chives by 30th of March, it will start flowering. So that's how I got flowers. And I left it. I wanted to see the flowers on my chives because I had seen the flower on chives in another person's garden. With the leek, the flower will just come along, and you can still harvest your leek. And the one thing that the leek is special for is that it attracts a lot of bees. The leek attracts a lot of bees, and this is good for the garden because that's one thing we need in the garden. We need bees to come along so that there wouldn't be a shortage of bees. And you don't want many bees to come along and they don't have anything to land on. So you want to have things like leeks, chives, roses, dahlias, all of them growing in your garden. And remember, a friend also asked me a question. He said, how about bee stings? And I said, the bees don't sting. The bees are here to take nectar. The bee may sting you, but if a bee stings, that bee is going to die. So a bee will try as much as possible not to sting someone because it's like a suicidal move. If a bee stings someone, that bee will die. So the bee will try as much as possible not to sting you. But if it so happens that the bee is in danger, maybe it gets squeezed, it gets stepped on or whatever, then that's when the bee stings. And that bee knows that it's going to die because a bee without a sting, it means if it gets squeezed the second time, it has no sting anymore. So it's better for it to just die after the first time. That's it. So once a bee has lost its sting, it's it's going to lose its life. And that's why the bee itself is not aiming to sting you. It's if there's actually apparent risk or that the bee senses, that's when it will sting. So I haven't had anyone say they got stung in here. I haven't been stung in here, and it's just the bees buzzing happily. You know. And if a bee stings, we have a remedy that we're going to put. Trying to remember now. I don't want to say this off my. Is it the bee sting that is acidic? So we put calcium carbonate. That's bicarbonate of soda because the bee sting is acidic. You put bicarbonate of soda. You just mix it in water and you put it on the bee sting. But if it's a wasp, that's why when something stings you, make sure you check and see. If it's a wasp that stung you, that is actually alkaline. So you can't put an alkaline thing on it. You'd have to put vinegar because vinegar is acidic. So for bee stings, you put bicarbonate of soda. Everybody has that at home. Just take a spoonful, put it in water, slap it onto the point of the bee sting. It will try to draw out some of the sting and try to neutralize that acidity. Bicarbonate of soda is alkaline. Put it on a point that has been stung by acid, it will neutralize it so the pain will reduce. If it's a wasp, the sting is alkaline. So as it's going, it is alkaline. You now want to put something acidic, and then you get apple cider vinegar or plain vinegar and put it on. And those are the ways in which you treat the sting of the two different insects. The sting in the garden is not common. People usually get bee stings maybe in the path of wild bees. When wild bees are swarming, if somebody is in the path of the wild bees that are swarming, that's when you have to be in fear of bee sting. If it's just a garden, it's not very common to experience bee sting, but we still need to know anyway. We still need to know what to do if there's a bee sting. And I'd say this. We have it in cardboards written everywhere. For bee sting, use bicarbonate of soda. You want to neutralize it. For wasp sting, use vinegar. You don't often get wasp stings. I haven't even seen a wasp in a long time. So if you have a sting, it's most likely going to be a bee that has done it in this garden. We don't have wasps around a lot. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, because they are always flying around. They're always flying around, and a lot of my friends will ask me, "Oh, the bees are flying around. Oh, are you not afraid?" And I'll say they, and then we have that remedy for them. We have bicarbonate of soda. Almost every household has bicarbonate of soda. We have vinegar, and I think almost every household has vinegar as well. So mainly for the bee sting is the bicarbonate of soda that you want to put to neutralize it. Thank you very much. And you find out that all these things that we have happening like in the gardens, they're just helping us on to understand the nature of the bees. Hello, Julia. Thank you very much, and you're welcome. Appreciate your coming along. We're just finishing up on what we do in the case of bees, wasp stings, and stings. So that is, if you get stung by a bee, you'd, because the sting of the bee is acidic, would put bicarbonate of soda, which is alkaline. We try to neutralize it to reduce the pain for the person that's been stung. If the person has been stung by a wasp, we put a vinegar, which is acidic, so that in both cases, we are trying to neutralize. Thank you very much, Julia. Thank you. We appreciate you. I know that, I mean, different times we are doing different things, so that's why everybody cannot be here like right at the start. So I understand. Thank you so much for coming along. And we've been discussing so much about the different things that go on in the garden and the few things that I needed to learn from at the beginning before jumping into it. Because you don't have to learn everything about gardening before you can start a garden. You just learn a few things about how you're going to start your plants, what part of the plant you're going to need, what insects or other pests might be attacking your plants, and so on and so forth, and how you're going to deal with these situations. So it's always a win-win situation when we learn these things and we do them, because it helps and it goes a long way. It goes a long way to make our gardening journey an easy one, because nobody wants to go into gardening and find out that, oh, this garden has taken over my life. I can't even do this. And the garden is still not looking nice anyway. And the garden is not producing, it's not got a good yield. But when you learn a few things about the soil, the plants, the part of this plants that you need, and the diseases. When I wanted to start a garden, that was the first thing I did. I went online and I said, what are tomato diseases? I saw so many tomato diseases. I didn't start that garden that year. And I don't mind, because I'm like, what? If there are these, they were showing me some appalling harvests. Everything had blossom and growth. It was unbelievable. Thank you very much, Mr. Omole. You're welcome. I really appreciate you. Yeah. So when I saw all the pictures that they were showing, because I wanted to really, really see the worst that could happen if I decided to do that garden, I saw so many tomatoes. Some would even ripen on one side and not ripen on the other side. And they will tell you the reason why that happened. That's the watering, or maybe it got cold, or it could be that it was touching the soil. They gave the reason for all the different problem tomatoes that they showed. I was so discouraged about growing this garden. I just thought, ah, what are we going to do? Maybe I'll get another hobby, really, because it doesn't seem as if gardening is going to be a hobby I'm going to enjoy. But your hobby is your hobby, and you can't change it. Your hobby is something that you can do easily, and that is what almost everybody can do. Gardening. Just get a pot, put some soil, put some seeds, and it will grow, because you're not the one going to make it grow. Just make sure there's a hole in the pot, and this thing will grow. So this gardening that we're talking about is everybody's hobby. It's something everybody can do, because you don't have to make the plant germinate. You just have to put the seed in the soil and keep it indoors, and it will germinate, because the germination temperature of most seeds is the temperature that we as human beings like to live in. If the germination temperature of a seed was very high, and you have to go to a desert to go and put your seed in the desert before it will germinate, there won't be many plants being grown by people. But because the germination is the same as where we are living, room temperature, that's the germination temperature of plants, then definitely, please give me a like, Mr. Omole, and Julia, if you're still around, please give me a like. Press the like button. Thank you. I appreciate you. So, as I was saying, gardening is everybody's hobby, it's everybody's pastime. Something you just go, you've walked, you come back. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. You put it there. So, your garden is going to be determined by yourself. That is how big you make it. If you want it to be very small, you can just put all your garden in one pot. Grow one thing you can eat, grow one thing that can produce flower, and grow one thing that is just foliage, all in one pot, and it will be all right. That's a garden. You can place it outside, you can place it indoors. It depends on where you want, and it's going to beautify the place. You can't always place a garden of certain items indoors because it won't receive the sun. But you can place it indoors in terms of, you can put it in a greenhouse, and that's indoors. So you would notice that when you have a garden and it's indoors, you want to use some type of lighting that will be as if this garden is outside. All these are sold all over in shops, in gardening shops. But that is for if you are really in need of intense sunlight for your plants. That is the plants that are actually producing fruits or producing flowers. If a plant is producing flowers, it would need very sure sunlight. If a plant is producing fruits, it will need a lot of sunlight. That's why those plants are probably grown outdoors. If they are grown indoors, they'll be grown in what we call a greenhouse, where you can light it and you can put heat and you can place it in containers because having a greenhouse, you'd want to put your plants in containers because your greenhouse will probably have a base sometimes. If it doesn't have a base, you would have to actually seal it and keep it in a situation where the wind doesn't come in from outside except through your own open windows. Because even a greenhouse must have windows. You know, we would all have this joke about what color is the door of a greenhouse, or what color is the window of a greenhouse. If the yellow house has a yellow door, or the red house has a red door, I mean, it's always in that format. You know that a greenhouse will have doors, a greenhouse will have windows. So those things are just there to air your plants at the right time. But your plant is inside a greenhouse to protect it and keep the temperature regulated. Greenhouses are best used when you want to regulate the temperature of the environment of your plants because it will give you perfect temperature. Sometimes you don't even need to light a greenhouse. It depends on where you are growing. If you're growing in a place where there's a lot of sunshine, you don't have to light your greenhouse. If it's in a tropical region, you don't have to heat your greenhouse because you are not going to get winter at any point. But you must remember to air it. Air must be able to pass through. Air will go in and come out on either side of the openings that you have on the greenhouse because the plants need air. We as humans and other animals, we use oxygen, but the plants will be using the carbon dioxide that we're producing. So all these are the ways in which you don't have to see one plant and say, you, this plant, leave this place. You are sharing our oxygen. The plant is not sharing your oxygen. These plants are producing oxygen for us. They're producing oxygen for us to enjoy. And they're actually helping us to get rid of a lot of the carbon dioxide that we are just producing without thinking about it. So the plant is almost like an oxygen tank, only that it's producing it in little, little amounts and it's getting mixed with the atmosphere. But it still remains that the plant absorbs carbon dioxide from the environment either inside your house or outside. All plants do it. They absorb carbon dioxide and then they would respire out oxygen. So that's why we cannot at any point be in competition or in agony over having plants indoors. They are not sharing your air, they are actually making your air better. The other condition that we can consider about having plants indoors is that you need to understand the humidity level. You need to know how warm it is inside your house to see how frequently you're going to be watering your plant. Because if it's warm, because we have heating on, if you're living in the temperate region, you have heating and the plants are the soil, I mean, the soil is getting dry quickly and the leaf blades of the plant is in a warm environment, then you will need to water your plant more frequently. So all these things are the different conditions that we have to consider when we're doing gardening. It just helps the plants out, and when we help the plants out, the plants will go along and produce better yield, produce oxygen. I mean, that's just basic, but they will produce better yield if they are better looked after in a conducive environment. So, as I've been saying, the main thing that we focus on in our gardening is to learn a little so that when we start, we'll be able to know a little bit and then we can correct some mistakes that come along. Because I've seen a few people who have started their garden inside a greenhouse and it's a tomato garden, but they are not letting air in. You need to let air in to your tomato garden if it's in a greenhouse. You need to let bees in for the pollination. Now, when you let air into the greenhouse, the tomatoes can also be air pollinated. You let in some bees, you won't have a lot of bees, but if you let in some bees, that would also help out. But the third thing you do is gardener pollination. You come in and tap the base of the plant. You tap the base of a tomato plant to shake the entire plant. And if there is some pollen grains in one place or the other, they will shake into each other and get along with it. So you'll find out that having your tomato in a greenhouse, it's a different kettle of fish. You have to do more tapping of the plants. You have to do more to ensure pollination has taken place. That's what I'm trying to say. If the plants are outside, before you've even seen it, some bees have already been there. Some tiny flies that they are pollinators, but they are not bees. I don't know what they are called really, but they exist and there are so many. They're all over the plants and they're carrying out pollination because their presence, they're flapping their wings, is allowing the pollen grains to drop, and this will ensure pollination. So it's just a a a a done thing that when you have a plant outside, it's going to get pollinated anyway. Because if the plants don't get pollinated. How about the trees in the forests? Or how about the very tall apple trees, very tall pear and orange trees that still produce fruits for us? Who pollinated them? It's the bees. They can fly very high. And that's one thing that makes me to actually appreciate the bees. The bees are to be appreciated. The bees do a lot because apart from a bee might sting you once in a while, there's nothing else a bee does that can annoy you. A bee goes about its business, it pollinates our plants, and it still produces honey. If you try to compare the bee with the butterfly, let's give that as one example. The bee would pollinate and go away and make honey. The butterfly would pollinate and lay eggs. So you'll find butterfly eggs turning into larvae, eating up your garden. The bee is a better friend. That's my own. If it's ants, the ants can also help in pollination. I've seen a lot of ants inside my courgette flowers before. But you know what ants do? The ants will guide an aphid, will guide it all the way up your tree. And when it gets into a corner, it starts looking after it there. And then the aphid will now lay eggs. And when an aphid lays eggs, is in hundreds. There will now be so many aphids on the joint of maybe a shoot that is just about to come out. So you know that those aphids they ruin the growth of your plant, and the ants will now be going up and down your plants because they've got a place where they're going to be getting their food. They will now be eating the thing that the aphids are secreting. Maybe it's their poo or something. It's just one sugary liquid that the aphids secrete. This liquid is what the ants want to feed on. So the ants will now come and collect it and take it to their own place to go and feed their babies. So the ants, although they're pollinating, they're also doing a bad thing to the garden. It's only the bees that come to your garden and leaves your garden in peace. It's it's a beauty. The bee, it's a beauty. To have bees is a beautiful thing. So it helps large scale farming, small scale farming. Children enjoy seeing it. Everybody, if you went to a place and you didn't see a bee for a month, you'd start to wonder what's the agricultural system in this place. So you will now know that there must be something the matter. If you go to a place you don't see any bees flying around or something, then there must be a way in which they are producing their plants that you can't even find a bee at all in the region. It's it's just not it's not the best that we can see. So with that, I would like to say welcome very much, Joy. Thank you. We appreciate your coming. And I was just discussing and trying to answer a few questions. And I have answer for one of the questions I feel you might have. As how was your day? I hope you had a nice day. And one of the questions you might have is how to make your flaming Katie okay. That's nice. A very nice day. We thank God for that. How to make your flaming Katie to flower. Now, the flaming Katie is a Kalanchoe blossfediana. It grows and becomes big, but it will continue to grow right through the winter unless you try to force it to flower. The way to force the flaming Katie to flower is to keep it in the dark and stop giving it water. So, no more light, no more water, and the flaming Katie would assume it's going to die. So, then it will start budding. Once you see the bud, I've put my own flaming Katie in the dark, put them under a carton in the living room. And once you see the buds coming out in about 3 weeks, that's a long time, I think, as well. But I believe it's going to work because since our flaming Katie has flowered only once, it hasn't flowered again. And I'm going to have to force it to make it flower. So that's you put the flaming Katie in the dark and you don't water it for 2 weeks. And about the third week, it should have buds setting. Once it has buds, you can bring it and put it back where it will be receiving sun, and then you can give it some liquid fertilizer, and the flowers will bloom for the next 3 months. I mean, isn't that thing about that flaming Katie? Because I remember the flower will bloom for a long time, but it's just to make it start that is the issue. Please give me my like, please. Thank you. Hit the like button, and that is exactly what we would have. We would have a beautiful um, array on the. Thank you. We would have a beautiful array on the flaming Katie, and it actually is a kind of a prolific um, plant for dividing because every small branch and every leaf of the flaming Katie can grow into a new plant. Because my two flaming Katie plants are just leaves that I got. They're just leaves that I got and put in the soil. So if the leaf of a flaming Katie taken and placed in the soil, it will develop roots and grow a new plant. And that is just it. It's so beautiful. And I was told as well, as I was reading up on it, Kalanch Hoi means one that has fallen and returned back to life. So fallen and return. So that is fallen and return back to life. That is, it's died. We thought it had died because it has fallen, but it has returned back to life. That's actually the meaning of the word kalanhoi. I think it's Japanese. So every part of the plant can grow a new plant. It's probably the one that's referred to as the the plant of life or something like that, but I'm not very sure. It looks very much like it in the picture, but there may be a specific one that's called the plant of life because it's actually quite miraculous, just like the rest of the succulents, that even if a single leaf drops in the soil, it will come and produce and grow again. That's the beauty of the Kalanghoi, the flaming Katie. It drops, it comes back, it grows again, and that is one way in which one can produce so many copies of the plant. All you need is the sun. That's the power that we get from having the sun shining down on us. We have to remember to thank God for that. To have the sun is to have wealth. To have the sun is to have a resource that you can't really to excuse me to have the sun. Thank you. Is to have a resource. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. To have the sun is to have a resource that it has no competition. Oil cannot compete with the sun. Okay. Oil, minerals, they cannot compete with the sun because even they were produced by the fact that the sun is there. So once you have the sun, there is so many plants that when you see them and you place them out in the sun, they can generate a lot. They can generate a lot. The sun is actually a great um, member of our galaxy. It's actually the center of our galaxy. For it to be out there and we're still feeling its heat, you know that that is a very, very hot and great object out there in space. So when I see a lot of people asking about gardening, and then they tell me, oh, yeah, now we've got somebody to do a garden for us. That is a very good idea. If your garden is overgrown, you can have somebody do it for you to, at the beginning, just to make sure the place is cleared out and you are not overrun with having to take care of the garden. But the plants you're going to put in gradually, that's how you have to do it. If you put in so many plants together and you don't understand them, unless you have a background in gardening before, if you put so many plants in, maybe your gardener came in and put so many plants in for you and went away and is doing maintenance, like it comes every 2 weeks. Even a gardener may do, it depends on how much you pay the gardener. A gardener may do maintenance and be coming every week. The times in between, you need to be able to help your garden out if something is trying to go wrong. You don't want to wait until a whole 7 days until your gardener comes back to come and rescue the garden. If not, that will be looking almost disastrous. The gardener would not even like to do it. But if something is going wrong in your garden and you have a bit of idea, okay, yeah, this is what we do when this plant is looking like this, then it will help. Ah, since somebody who picked up all the orange flowers off their bean plant because they thought it was uh, earthworms' eggs, because the first flower on the runner bean was very small, and then the next one, so we started to pick it off like, oh, this before because it didn't look like a flower anyway, and it picked up some. Yes, that may not be a disadvantage, but it was not picked with purpose. It was picked by accident. So that's what I'm saying. A person who wants to have a garden must have a bit of an idea of what is what in the garden and how not to get yourself into too much work in the garden so that what you're doing and you're spending so much energy or so much time, you've already learned how to do it and you don't have to be there all the time or all day long looking after one single plant. You can see a gardener being in the garden all day long. That's because they're looking after many plants. If somebody is looking after just one plant, I don't think you need more than 5 minutes to look after one plant and you go away. And then you can see it again the following day. Because the important thing is to be able to see your plants on a regular basis. And it's got to be close, not once in a week or twice in a week. Something is falling over, something is bending down, or some pests are coming in and damaging the base or digging the root, you can quickly block that and pile soil over, and you will be able to help your plant. If you don't know how to do that, or you are not around to even see that that is happening, then going to you're not going to be getting much enjoyment from your garden, because at the end of the day, if that plant now dies, it depends on how sensitive a particular plant is. If it dies, or you you leave you don't get a lot from it, you will be fed up. Well, you've put in a bit of effort, remember? You've paid the gardener, and you've probably done a bit, but at the end of the day, what are you getting for it? Almost nothing, because the plant had to die. I don't think you're going to be growing anymore the following year. You just abandon gardening. That is why I feel, even when you have a garden and you employ a gardener, you have to start a little portion of your own garden. It's your own garden. You're not going to start the whole garden together. A little portion of your own garden, start doing your own cultivation there. You can start with 2 pots. Start understanding what you're trying to grow. Start understanding what you are going to do if something goes wrong. That means you can self correct. If something goes wrong, you know what you will do. That is how you want to start a garden. Because a garden is like a part of somebody's life. It's almost like an everyday eating, drinking, sleeping. That's what having a garden is like. It's an everyday affair. It's something you just look at. Sometimes even at the back of your mind, you look at it, you say, okay, yeah, you just nod that it's all right, it's all right. You tick it off in your mind. And then if something is not all right, you know straight away. That is how to deal with a garden. And that's what helps the garden to produce a good yield. When you have a situation where somebody is doing not that, that's when you have a lot of complaints. You'd have a lot of complaints. When I go to my garden today, this had happened. When I go to my garden today, that had happened. So your emoji now is that of hmm, hmm, you're doing well with your garden. Yeah, I see you do well with your garden. I've seen all the things that you've done with your plants, and they are really well looked after. And anybody can tell that you're a good gardener. Yeah. So no tears on your emoji. Mm, no tears on your emoji. Yes. It's doing well. Mm. Laughing and laughing. So thank you very much. And I would just be concluding at some point soon, because we need to be able to like take a break, look at what we have achieved so far in this live stream. Not that we are just talking and ratting on, but we have achieved answering the questions that I have in mind to answer from people questions on my WhatsApp, my YouTube channel, on Facebook. I would be able to see how far this has helped a lot of people. I also have a question from Mr. Mole about what do I do with just ordinary flowers? Now, it's me that call it ordinary because they are just ordinary flowers that are there. But the real purpose of these flowers is the memories. Because I can imagine a life in which we don't grow any flowers. When you grow these flowers, then they can appear more beautiful because you're cutting them in the right places at the right time. So when they come along very beautiful, you can be able to record the memories that are being set out by this plant. And then you can have this to look upon later on. Usually, I don't feel very happy during the winter season, but when I see a clip, it doesn't have to be long, it can be just 1 minute. When I see a clip of my garden, I remember the summer times. I remember the warmer days. I remember the bees, the butterflies. I remember the squirrels, the cats. Because I mentioned about the cat that there's two of them that sit. There's a black and white one. I call that one who's dressed for dinner. And there's a brown, white, and maybe it's black, brown, white, and it's just got a mix. I call that a mixed color cat. I have two of them. They always come to the top of my fence and they hang around. So that's just the beauty. They hanging around because there's a garden there, because there's some flowers, edible things, and there's probably some mice that they're trying to keep an eye on. So when I have these flowers and these memories for the winter time, it actually pulls me through the winter. All the gloomy feelings, staying indoors even before the days of pandemic lockdown, staying indoors, not really going anywhere because you have to reduce your outing during the winter. Even in the past, when we didn't have um, lockdown, you had to do that. So, with all that, you'd find out that the you have to start planting your tomatoes sometime around the first or second week of March. And you don't plant all your seeds. Then at the end of March or the beginning of April, you plant the remaining ones. The reason for this is The ones that you planted in March, it depends on the amount of sunlight they are able to receive. Depends on the amount of time it's rained and the humidity and everything. And it depends on if you're keeping them inside where there's enough light. They will survive well and you can go with them and also go with the ones you planted in March. But sometimes, if you've had to do a lot of traveling, a lot of outings, and you're not seeing your plants very well, the ones you planted at the end of February may not do so well. So you will now have to depend on the ones that you've planted maybe in the second week of March when it has now, because that's when they will start germinating and they will have a better chance. But it's always the best to start planting as early as end of February. But it's still going to be 10 weeks because before you can put it outside, because you would have the whole of March and the whole of April, and that plant will still be inside the house. So you have to consider the amount of sunlight that the plant can receive while being indoors. And it will be bigger as well. Consider the space, you consider the amount of sunlight that it can receive on your windowsill. That's what's going to determine when you start planting. If you are in a region where there is sun and there is no winter at all, there's sun year round, you can do your planting when it's a bit cool and try to bring it out and plant it in a shaded spot, because if you're in the tropical region, the heat actually gets higher than what the plant needs, and then the tomato plant will suffer heat stroke. They will not grow well, the flowers will start falling off, it will be flowering, it will be encouraged to flower by the heat. The flowers will be pollinated, but they will not be fertilized. Because what happens in the case of flowers is that flowers get pollinated, pollen grain has fallen to the stigma. But this pollen grain has to grow a root to go to the ovary. And if the temperature is not just right, this will not happen. I've said it in a few of my videos that the tomato actually likes the temperature that we as humans like. So the temperature outside has to be about the temperature inside. And that's like when we have the comfortable time in summer. The comfortable time in summer when you see that everything is just warm enough. That is when tomatoes will be able to flower and fruit. When it gets too hot, and we're all saying, oh, we're feeling hot, the tomatoes will not be fruiting. They will flower, they will be pollinated, but fertilization will not take place. So the fruit will just be the ovary will just be struggling to enlarge, but it will still remain small. That is where you have unsuccessful fertilization. So fertilization has taken place, and that plant is actually fertilized. Unsuccessful pollination, unsuccessful fertilization. Pollination has taken place, but it has not been fertilized, because fertilization has to take place after pollination. So, in concluding, you grow your tomatoes about end of February, to middle of March. You can be growing it every week. So you have three sets that you've grown. You will definitely have a set that will do well, and you can plant it out in the garden at the end of April when the temperature gets warm. At which stage your tomatoes will be about 8 weeks or 6 weeks old. Because if you're planting the one that you did at the end of February, it will be a full 8 weeks. If it's the one you did the next week, it will be about 7 weeks. And if it's the one after that, then it will be so your tomato will usually be between 6 to 8 weeks when you plant it out in the first week of May. Because the first week of May is when the last frost has been in the United Kingdom, and you can now start planting out. My pleasure. It's my pleasure. Thank you very much for your contribution to this Q&A. And you can be looking at my plants because I'm going to go away and come back. Okay. Thanks for hanging around. I hope you have seen a few flowers as I have indoor plants to produce a beauty and to help us get more in touch with the nature. So we have a few flowers, a few plants indoors. They're foliage plants, and the Succulents among them do flower. But the main succulent that I'm trying to encourage to flower, I've put it in the dark room in a box. It's the kalanchoe, so that it starts to think that the season is coming to an end. It starts to think the season is coming to an end, and it starts to produce flowers. If not mainly the plants are foliage plants. A few of them are vining. We go further to talk about tools that we could use in gardening, especially when it comes to watering our plants. When a garden is still small and quite possible, we can use a watering can, just the watering can alone, with a series of water bottles. So when you have these water bottles filled with water, you can use them in your garden. But if your garden is quite big, you'd have to rig a way in which you can use a hose. Because if your garden is big and you keep watering it with a watering can, you are actually, oh, Thank you very much for coming, Rodney. I appreciate you. You're welcome. If your garden is such a size that's no longer small, and you still carry on watering with the can, which you have to lift, that is one thing we do not want in gardening because it can actually do your back in. You have to consider a plan in getting a hose or a system in place to water your garden. Yes, it will rain and rain will water your garden, but remember you are also going to have to produce watering for your garden. You don't want to just be like out of the blue, I'll be carrying the can, then you come in and you carry the can from your keg to to the plants like about 4 or 5 times. And you have to do this like maybe every other day. Sometimes you may even have cause to do it every day because you're not watching the same plants. For example, in my garden, I've divided the plants and I know the ones I wet on the Monday and the ones I wet on the following day. So if not using a watering can, using a hose, I'll still have to divide the ones that I will wet on this day and the ones that I wet the following day. So it means I end up wetting plants every day, although I'm not wetting the same plants. Yes, if you have rain barrels at a taller height, you'd have to rig in, thank you very much, you'd have to rig in a hose to come out of your barrel. That's most uh, usable in, when we can rig it with a hose that goes right to the plant. So that way you don't have to be carrying a keg or a watering can because carrying a watering can back and forth, you wouldn't feel anything maybe in the first year or the second year, but all those things would add up and we don't want that. So if you're starting gardening, please, that is one of the plans you need to have in place. How you are going to water your garden without hurting yourself, how you are going to water your garden, how you are going to get the water there without it being a situation where, oh, I've not watered my garden and those plants are suffering from lack of watering. You have to make sure that your garden is properly watered, but not watered at the risk to your own health. So you can get something like a rain barrel. It's at a taller height, so the water comes down by gravity. It comes down by gravity through the hose and into your garden. And this is a very big advantage to have something like that. Or you have a hose that is coming in from any tap that you are using as your source. You just have to make sure you're not depending on using a water keg or a watering can for your garden if you have to do this more than 4 watering cans. Because to carry 4 watering cans all over your garden, because when it is still full, when you started, it will be as heavy as it is. Maybe it's a 10-liter watering can, or it may be smaller, maybe a 5-liter watering can. That means you're carrying that weight until it now gets to empty, but you're still carrying it. That is not very advisable. We need to have that in our plan, how we're going to water the garden, how we're going to ensure that the garden doesn't just go dependent on only rainfall, and then when it doesn't rain, sorry, I'm trying to adjust my microphone. Okay, and then when it doesn't rain, you now say to yourself, oh, my mm, my garden has got burnt because it has not rained in 2 weeks. No, your garden should not get burnt because it has not rained in 2 weeks. Because you should have a plan in place that doesn't involve you carrying water keg around. Because carrying water keg around can actually make people very tired. You now get to walk, you're tired. You don't have to do something that you're doing in your spare time, and you get to work and you now become um too overused to do any job. Can you leave me a like, please, Rodney? Thank you. Okay, so yeah, okay, it seems to have white mold on the leaves. Any suggestion to get rid of it? Oh, if a hibiscus has white mold on the leaf, that is because it's in a place where it's too humid. The first step that you can do is to just wipe them off if it's not on a lot of the leaves. If it's in if it's in a lot of the leaves, you would have to wash them off with soapy water. Some people would say use neem oil, but what happens is that neem oil can burn the leaves. So you can first of all start by using soapy water. If you use the soapy water and you observe it until the 48 hours, if it's still not gone, then maybe you can attract try to use neem oil, because what happens is those mold that you're seeing is actually living and is going to carry on growing. So you need to be ready to attack it. If the plant is at a stage where you can prune it, for example, if I saw that and we're already in winter now, it's not going to flower in the winter, I'll cut it off. I would prune it off entirely, and then I would make sure all the leaves are binned and still apply soapy water to the leaves. I'll apply the soapy water with the neem oil to the leaves, and do this early in the morning before the sun gets high, so that the oil on the leaf does not start to burn the leaf. You want to create a situation where the mold is completely taken off physically. It's not just by the neem oil, because yes, a lot of people will swear by neem oil, but I swear by physically removing that thing that you don't want. Those leaves that have become moldy, I'll cut them off. I'll find a way to actually prune that plant, get rid of the moldy parts, and then I will still apply neem oil and soapy water. So that's now going to be a sort of prevention. Yes, you can remove the leaves during this time, and then take your calyx. Are you using them for some sort of a cough syrup and things? Because yeah, the calyx of hibiscus does work well. So yes, prune them as soon as you've taken the calyx off, and it will work out. But you still also make sure that you do a prevention. That you just put soapy water, and don't let your plants be exposed to too much humidity. Maybe they are like behind a place where they didn't receive enough sun. You see that those walls will be the ones closer to the wall. I mean, those leaves will be the ones closer to the wall. They won't receive much sun. They're usually the ones that will develop mold. And that's because the humidity around there will be higher, and they also are warmer. So it's moist, it's humid, it's warm because the sun is not reaching it. A lot of plants will develop mold for this reason. And then the best thing that I would do is remove it. Because, yeah, if it's in a hoop house, it's getting colder now, so it's not getting enough sun. So the best thing is to do a sort of pruning, and then you're still going to prune again in spring. So that's one reason why we can do pruning in early winter. If not, we leave pruning till late winter, that is before spring comes. But we can prune in early winter if we choose to, for one reason or the other. And you have a reason to prune, and that is the mold. I'm going to prune one of my roses because it's grown taller than I want. So I don't want it to just keep wasting time. So I will prune it now, and then I will prune it again in late winter when I really want it to start growing back. So I will do one pruning at this time, and then I will do it again in February because it needs to be pruned that way for the type of shape I want from my rose plant. Because if I don't prune it, it's going to grow taller. Then it's going to have a narrow stem. If I prune it, the stem will get thicker, and the side stems that will now come. I'm going to prune it until it has just one stem coming out of the soil. I'm going to cut off all those thick stems that it had and restart my rose plant. That's what I want to do for the following year. It's my peach rose plant. I've had a lot of joy from it, a lot of peach flowers. I take it, put it indoors. I want to start it again like a new plant. It's my pleasure, Rodney. Thank you so much. Yeah, only had yeah. Mm, thank you very much. Yes, yes, the hard stems. That's what I'm going to cut off now. I'll cut it down so that it can now go through the stress of growing new ones, and that will make the stem to grow fatter. I want to have a rose plant with a fatter main stem. That's what I'm trying to create so that it's more sturdy. I want it to be able to withstand the wind that blows here in this London a lot of the times. So when it was tall, then the stem is about it's less than 2 inches in diameter. It's still being bent by the wind. I'm going to now take it off and probably reach 2 or 3 centimeter stem, like I have with my neighbor's rose, and the wind will not be blowing it around much. At least it won't be blowing the stem to the extent of almost breaking it. That will give me a rose. It won't be so tall yet, but it will form a sturdy shape of a plant, and that's advantageous for producing a lot of flowers. If it's not sturdy and it's not very well balanced, it won't produce a lot of flowers. Though I know adding amendments, even if it's fish or plantain peels to the soil, will help as well. But what I want to be feeding is a stem that will be a big and stable, and then the flowers can come on top of it. Yeah, you can use the rose hip, but you must have grown this rose organically without all those chemicals and things, because you just want to be as safe as possible. So the rose hip is used in making syrups that just gives us vitamin C. It strengthens us over the winter. And that's why, people that lived in cottages, they have roses, and they have, yes, the different roses have different amount of vitamin C and elixir, life giving, life enhancing inside them. But almost every rose has something good when you take the rose hip. that comes when the rose has gone. That means when your rose is mature, you don't deadhead it. I always deadhead my rose so there won't be any rose heap. If you just pick off the petals, then the base, the calyx of your rose will grow and mature and ripen. And this is what you now use. And the recipe is online all over to make different um, herbs, uh, even for this current times, that will strengthen the immunity. It's very good to have rose hips in one's diet. It's a good herb itself. Now, rose petals can be used as garnish in salads, but you have to know for sure that this rose is probably grown in safe soil, your own rose, and that's what you're asking about. It's all edible. Rose petals are said to be edible. So you can eat the fresh rose petals just like you can eat nasturtiums, just like you can eat the leaves of your courgette. But if you eat the leaf of your courgette while it has not yet been pollinated, then it won't be pollinated. But once your courgette gets pollinated, you can take off the leaves, or you can reduce the amount of courgettes, taking off some of the leaves and using them in salads. So yes, you can use rose for herbal and medicinal purposes. Yeah, yeah. It just takes a little time to do these researches. You just have one topic, you do it, you see, and it's also interesting the way the arts product has been put together to help our bodies remain healthy. It's a wonderful thing. We can just remain healthy by the different things that we can get from the plants. It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing when we consider this. It's just a way of self managing and looking at each of those different plants. Like, for example, I just learned yesterday as well that we can use the petals of perennial sunflowers, not the every year sunflower. The perennial sunflowers, you can use it to make a tea. Oh, yes. I grow certain things specifically for this pandemic period, and those are chili peppers for people who can take chili peppers, and then greens, because greens are good for our system, and it's also much easier to store these greens. Another thing you can do is to grow trees. That's the basic thing. But you know it's going to take a long time for trees to start producing. So when you visit a garden center, don't overlook all the trees. You can just look at one tree and imagine a place you can put it. If you have a pear tree, it produces a lot. If you have an apple tree, it does produce a lot. You just have to consider what trees you'd want in your garden, and you can get up to about two or three. A lot of people nowadays are getting lemon trees. So I would think, since the trees are not going to be producing this year, but they'll produce probably next year, you get a lemon tree, cherry tree, apple tree, and pear tree. Now, if everybody does get an apple tree, then we don't all have to get two because the insects are going around and they will pollinate it. But if you are living in an area where nobody else has a tree, then there won't be anything to pollinate your trees, your apple trees, I mean. Yeah, that is very good. So lemon and tangerine, that is very good to have. And one other thing that you can add is um this nuts. Oh, I'm trying to remember the name of the nut. It grows very big if you have the space in the ground because you can't grow it in a pot. If you have the space in the ground, you can grow this nut tree. I can't remember the name of the nuts anymore. It's just a black nut that looks like it looks like a walnut. It's a nut that you need to crack. It's a nut that you need to crack. If you get one of these nuts, I think it will start fruiting 2 years after. That's the stage they usually sell it at in the shops. It's already tall. It's about 5, 6 feet. Pecan, thank you. A pecan tree would be very, very good because as a nut, it's got a lot of energy in it. It's got a lot of energy and it's very expensive in the shops. It's healthy. I mean, you have so many things working for pecan. So what you just do is grow your pecan and you're good to go. We have a lot of things that we need to just be able to plant within our environment so that we're not just always going to the shops to get this, going to the shops to get the other one. We want to be able to grow a few things to help through this period. One important thing that I would suggest is also to be growing garlic because growing garlic does not take stress at all. You can buy the garlic seed or you can grow the garlic that you've bought for food. It's going to be developing before the freezing of the ground. If you get it, for example, I'll get it in the ground before the ground freezes. Then when the ground freezes, it will go away. And then when spring comes, it will already have roots in the soil. And that means it will jumpstart and grow very well for next year when I'm going to harvest it. So it's always good to grow garlic because one garlic can give you 10 garlic in a year. And it's very good to raise our immunity. It does help to raise immunity. It does help to raise immunity when you grow garlic. Garlic is a surefire fighter against the viruses. Yeah, onions. Onions are great too. Onions and garlic. Yeah, onions and garlic. Yeah. You grow onions. Sometimes you would find onion seeds in the shop. They are tiny and black. So you grow the onion seeds. But what you're going to get is going to be some little onions that you need to grow on later. But there will be many in a small pack that you purchase. The other thing is that you may grow onions that some other people have grown on, and they are now little onions. These little onions, that's the more popular one that people find in a pack. You just buy it in a pack, like if you buy the pack of the potatoes, you find a pack of small onions, and you can plant those. But you also need to plant them before winter hits. So It depends on when your winter is going to be really, really in. If your winter is not yet in, as in zone 9, then you can still plant the onion seeds. They sell it in the garden centers. You can decide whether you want the red onion or you want the white onion, and then there's another type of onion that's not called red or white, it's called by another special name. There's always different varieties of things. You can decide which ones you like best, and that's what you would grow. Onion is something you can just grow and in your space. For example, let's say you are growing tomatoes and peppers and they've done now, and you have your space. That's what I have. I have my space that I used to grow tomatoes and peppers. So I use that space to grow onions and garlic. I use it to grow onions and garlic. One other thing that is nice that you can grow is chives, because you grow chives just once. It's not like onions and garlic, though it tastes a bit like them. Tastes like onion greens. If you grow chives once, it will keep coming back. You just have to make sure that you harvest it in March first, so it doesn't flower, and then you keep harvesting it every 2 months until winter comes again, so that it doesn't reach maturity and start to flower. But if you want to see the flower of the chives, you can leave it. You see the flower because I've done that in the past. You leave it, you see the flowers, they're purple, and then okay, your chives, okay, yeah, yeah. If you relocate them to the greenhouse, they will just slow down. They won't completely go away. But then that means you have to harvest them quicker than March because they will bolt. Yeah. Okay. When you don't harvest it on time, you will see the flowers. They are lilac in color. They are lilac in color. The flowers are very beautiful. They are like a pom pom. The flowers are like a pom pom, but it's very pretty lilac. I saw a friend's chives that had bolted, and so I did it to my plant as well. I didn't harvest it in March. I left it, and by April, it was growing beautiful flowers. But then I had to cut those off because I wanted to carry on eating my. So I cut those off and started growing my chives again. It was still the same chives, but once I cut it off, I've made them young again, and new ones just grow out. So the flowers are lilac and they are lovely. They are very, very pretty. They attract a lot of pollinators. The flowers of chives. It's just like the flowers of onions or the flowers of leek. They attract a lot of pollinators, and that's very good for the garden when you have different plants attracting pollinators. Because although you should go in your garden and try to pollinate plants like tomatoes, courgette, which is also called zucchini, it's also good to have flowers that will bring the bees along. That's very great. It's very great to have flowers in place that bring the bees along. And it's also a way of feeding the bees because the bees are out there and they need to be fed. So it's a win win situation when we have the, 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 the bees coming along. One other thing, apart from what one would grow, is what one would buy because of this pandemic period. I would say all those foods that are dry but don't have a lot of sugar so that they don't get spoiled. And that is oats, any form of oatmeal, any form of cornmeal, and then wheat, Weetabix, any form of wheat, so that they wouldn't go spoiled because they are dry. Okay, we have olive basil, which are bees. Yes, yes. And just as you haven't seen your your chives flowering, my basil doesn't flower here either. But I we have basil in my community garden that I go to. They flower there, but the basil that I have in my own home garden, they've never flowered because I keep cutting it so it doesn't get to that stage. I think that's what happened. It's it doesn't get to the stage where it starts flowering. It's being held back by me, by my harvesting. Yeah. I think the color of the flower of the basil is green. It doesn't look as it looks like the flower of this other plant as well, thyme. Yeah. Mm. Okay. Yeah. The pollinators are always flying around those flowers that are very small. You know, if a flower is very small, there will be enough for all of them to hang around because I've noticed something about bees. They don't like sharing. Like if you have one bee on one flower, it doesn't want another bee to come along. So that as big as the sunflower is, although the sunflower is a conglomeration of many flowers, but because it has become one, if you have one bee on a sunflower and another bee comes along, it's going to be a fight. They'll chase each other away. I realize they don't like sharing. But on the leeks, the bees would not mind because one bee can be on this side of the leek and another bee can be on the other side. Because the head of the leek has got so many flowers. It's also like a pom pom. It's just a bigger one than the flower of the chive. So the flower of the chive is like a purple pom pom, and the flower of the leek is a white pom pom, and it's a great attractant for pollinators. It just has to be in one corner of the garden, and that's where all the bees will be visiting. And it lasts a long, long time. So even all your other flowers attracting bees, they will start with the onion and with the leeks flowers, and they will end with the leeks flowers as well, because that's just what they need. They need a space where they can be. If there's four of them, they'll stay on four different sides because the flowers are separate. They're packed together as a pom pom, but they're separate flowers, so they don't mind sharing. If it's a flower that looks like a single flower, like a sunflower, although it's not single, the bees will not be too happy to share that. They will drive each other off. That's what I've noticed about bees. Even with all their advantages, they are not too nice to each other. They are not too nice to each other. So that's why you must have a lot of flowers in the garden for the bees to be visiting. And when you have a lot of bees, yeah, greedy, greedy bees indeed. And when you have a lot of bees in the garden, you know there's the chance of somebody getting stung or this or the other. So we have to learn what to do for bee sting. So because the sting of the bee is acidic, we'll have to have a bicarbonate of soda, which we all have in the house already anyway. So if somebody gets stung by a bee, You just take like a spoonful of bicarbonate of soda and put some water to make it into a paste and place it on the bee sting. So the bicarbonate of soda is an alkaline and it meets with the acidic bee sting. It will help to relieve the burning of the sting, and that's very good for the person that has been stung. The pain will go away. But the opposite is the case if it's been stung by a wasp, because the sting of a wasp is actually alkaline. We need to put vinegar. We need to put vinegar on the sting of the wasp, and that's what is needed to keep the garden safe. But in all the years I've been gardening, I haven't seen a bee sting. Nobody has come here. A lot of children come here to learn about gardening. None of them has ever been stung. But I'm prepared. I know what we need to do if there is a bee sting. We have our bicarbonate of soda and we have our vinegar always close by. If there's a bee sting, we'll put the bicarbonate of soda, we make it into a paste and put it on. That's what is good for bee sting. And as we are going ahead, you're going to find that there may be a need to start using even the wastewater from our kitchen. So it's always nice, although I say don't be carrying water around, but the water from the kitchen will just be a little bowl of water. You can just put it out in one garden bed in your backyard so that the water is not wasted. That is, I mean, the water that we use in washing vegetables, that can be copious amounts of water. The water is not just washed down the sink. You can put that in the garden and help the plants along. When you're washing your vegetables, when you're washing your fruits, you use a lot of water. So just keep in mind to pour this water in the garden instead of letting it go down the drains and be wasted. It's very good for it to come in useful. So it's done two jobs. It's helped to wash your fruits and it also helps to keep your garden. And one more thing we can do is save water in our garden, and that is by using a lot of mulch. There's nothing called too much mulch. You can pile your garden bed with so much leaves, they will just remain there. So far, you are putting all the amendments into your soil, it will work well at the end of the day. You'll find out that the leaves will keep the soil from getting dry. And when the soil doesn't get dry, your plants are so comfortable. Your plants are just growing on. In the case of a strawberry bed, don't use leaves, use straw or pine needles. I use the pine needles from Christmas trees. So I just cut them up over Christmas every year and pile it up. By the time it has become dry, that's what I put on the strawberry bed. And it will stay there for about a year. But the following year, the pine needle has gone into the soil. It's been absorbed into the soil, and I keep putting amendments, and then I top it with another layer of pine needles. So the pine needles have something they're being used for. after we throw the Christmas tree out, because they're not going away with their leaves. Their leaves are going to be used to mulch the garden bed. I have a lot of ways of saving things from going into the waste pile and things, because they will always have something we can use them for. We can always have a use for them. And that always comes in handy. That always helps to reduce the amount of waste that is going into our bins, so that at the end of the day, we don't have, like, oh God, so much in the waste system. This may not be, it may be like not less than a drop in the tiny ocean, but it's still something. If you try to reuse the things that can be reused, instead of throwing the Christmas tree out as a whole, you can cut off the leaves and keep them in a bag. By the time it's dry, you use it to mulch the garden bed. This will save the amount of water we need. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so, so much. I really appreciate it. That is what happens when we go into gardening. We just find that the garden teaches us. The garden teaches us how to do things. The garden speaks and says, okay, oh yeah, you can do this way. Like, we'll probably be throwing these trees away. Even I would have collected my neighbor's trees in the past. I saw their tree and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll have that. I cut off all the branches, the leaves and everything, and threw the carcass of the tree outside. And the base, when you have a Christmas tree, they put it inside a round base. I took off that base as well, and I placed my pot on top. I use it as a stand for my pot, so as to raise my pot off the ground. But the more important part of it is the leaves. I put it back and it goes right into the soil. It really, really prevents the slugs from moving around in my garden bed. I use it in my strawberry bed mainly. That's where I use the the pine leaves, because there isn't always a lot. When you are cutting the pine leaves off the tree, you think, oh, this tree is, no, no, no. By the time you finish cutting it, there's only going to be enough for my strawberry bed. The only other places I have hosta. Hosta is a leafy plant. Just produces white flowers, but it attracts slugs, I was told. So I decided to mulch it. I'll mulch my hosta with some of the pine needles. Thank you very much, Rodney, and I'll see you. Okay. Thank you so, so much. And have a nice dinner. See you again. Bye. Yeah. So, my greetings to your family. Thanks for coming along. And as we are going on, uh, please give me my like. If you have not yet done so, appreciate that. Thank you very much for watching. I appreciate you very much. And here, questions, we're here to answer them. I was just talking about what I would do with the Christmas tree and how I'll use this to save water, because cutting off the leaves, using them to mulch the garden bed, it means the water does not evaporate so quickly. I don't have to wet so much. That saves a lot of water. So it just goes and helps each other out. And I'll use the base of the Christmas tree as well. I use it as a pot stand. I have about two or so of them in my garden that's I'm using as a pot stand. Any Christmas tree, some of them are not easy to take off, so I've had to let them go. You know that round circle they put at the bottom of the tree. But the ones that I'm able to get off easily, I've taken them off and I've made use of them in my garden. Now, one other thing is to have a kind of a solid bowl that's a water bath so that the birds can come in. When the birds come in, they will drive away certain organisms like butterflies. I don't know if the butterflies can recognize the birds, but for the fact that I have birds flying around in my garden, the butterflies are not very willing to lay their eggs here. So, although I don't have a system like, oh, I'm actually using this natural bird to control, but the fact that these birds come here once in a while, I've realized that the butterflies don't want to lay their eggs here. Only in the first year when I grew my kale, the butterflies lay their eggs. After that, the butterflies don't want to lay their eggs here because I've got a water bath, just a little bowl, and the birds come in, they play in there, and they're always around. It makes the butterflies, they will come, but they will go quickly and they won't lay their eggs. Because the butterflies need to dance around a bit before they would probably start laying eggs. So once they see there are birds around, they won't they won't want to lay their eggs there because the larva is going to get eaten. That's what birds are looking for in the garden. They're looking for butterfly larva and they're looking for earthworms. And I've got that in abundance. So if um, they eat some earthworms, since they're serving a purpose, that's all right. It's just like maybe the earthworms getting killed, or getting stepped on or smashed. That's what I don't like. If they are getting eaten by birds or squirrels, that's still all right because it's still serving the ecosystem. That's very welcome. That's very welcome. So those are the different things that I like to consider and see as what am I doing that is a help for my garden and also not a danger to the environment, but it's also helping the environment. Because when we are gardening, we are not trying to hurt the environment. That's not the main thing that we are planning to do. We're not trying to damage the environment. We're trying to enhance the environment to even be better than it was before. Because these plants, sometimes if you see them in the forest, they are so wild, they don't look so nice. So when we are cultivating them, we are trying to make them into something we can eat easier. And as such, we have made them into something the pests as well can eat. Because I've never been going through a forest and found one plant covered in aphids or something like that. No, they only come into our gardens because that's where they're going to find succulent leaves to eat. That's where they're going to find fruits that are juicy for them to eat. It's because we have cultivated this species, we have made them to be more acceptable, softer, easier, juicier. As it is juicy for us, it's also juicy for the pests. So we have to find a way of overcoming the pests. And I think the best way of overcoming the pests is by a barrier. And that barrier would be net. You can have a net hoop, you can have a polytunnel, you can have a glass house, a greenhouse, rather. You can have a greenhouse. Those are different ways of making sure that pests like butterflies don't reach our plant. Because a pest like aphids will overcome any nets in something because they just need one or two ants to be able to pass through the net and bring one or two aphids. Then they start breeding. Because that's what the ants do. They aid the aphids, the aphids start to multiply, and then the the place is overtaken. That is why when you see somebody growing inside a hoop house or growing inside a greenhouse or polytunnel or even under just a cage or netting, there will be an increased chance of getting all these aphids and other insects or the mealybugs and the fungus that grow on leaves because the temperature, the humidity is just perfect for them. It's one thing to have plants outside in the sun with the wind blowing the leaves and drying it constantly. And it's another thing for this plant to be in a place where the wind doesn't blow much because it's indoors. It's advantageous for it to be indoors in a glass house or a greenhouse. But what happens is it enables pests to multiply. So we have to be on top of it. You have to open the windows of your polytunnel. You have to open the doors of your glass houses and take a check. Make sure everything is dry. Things are not just getting mucky in there to the extent that you don't even feel like growing into this greenhouse. I've come across somebody who has a greenhouse and they don't even go in there. They didn't go into this greenhouse, and the greenhouse was just looking after itself for a whole year and another year. And I was like, what are you doing with this greenhouse? And it's, oh, it's just there. Everything is just, and everything was growing with all sorts of pests all over them. You could see that it was no longer a garden, but some things were still growing there and they had pests on them. So I said, why don't we try and see a way to get rid of this? And that's what we are still on before the pandemic struck. It's trying to empty out the greenhouse, even if it's not going to be used, at least it won't have all those grimy plants in it anymore. Plants that haven't been looked after for the past 3 years. They've just been growing the way they want. In fact, it's nettles, borre, all sorts of weeds are the ones growing in there. Any plant that is growing in there that is a food plant will be growing under these things, and it won't be harvestable. They don't even touch it. It has got to be dealt with. That's a situation that happens if you have a greenhouse and or a hoop house and it's not looked after. The hoop house has to be looked after. It has to be cleared out. Make sure that it's much damp. If you're heating it, make sure it's also cooled. It's not that you eat it, eat it, eat it. You need to also cool it so that it doesn't encourage the pests or allow the pests to feel too convenient in that environment. You want you want a case in which the the pests that are that are there are not comfortable. When you make them uncomfortable, they will probably shift ways. They will go somewhere else. They won't carry on being your in your um in your garden. I'm trying to check my microphone properly because showing me only one it's showing me only one bar. um I hope that will not mean everybody has to increase their volume to the highest before they can hear me. Well, we'll only have just about so long to go anyway. And oh, welcome back. Thank you very much for coming. um what's what we'll do is just observe and see how our garden opens up and follow what we expect of it so that we can be able to come to a reasonable yield at the end of the day. That is what is our expectation as gardeners can be achieved. We want our expectation as gardeners to be achieved. You don't want a situation where you grow, you labor, and you're not getting anything out of it. That's not very encouraging. So you want to actually sit down and learn about one plant, try to understand it, start growing it. Then go ahead, learn about salads, salad greens, you can learn about all of them, different ones, create the kind of soil they want, start growing them, and you're growing salad. Then you want to learn about growing flowers. So you gradually introduce all these plants, and before you know it, you'd have the knowledge of a lot of plants so that you can handle, you can self correct, you can moderate a garden successfully. You can moderate more than one, you can moderate several gardens. It's just other people have to be keeping an eye out to self correct it, but you will be going and taking a look as well once in a while. The garden will be all right under your guidance. That's what we want. We don't want unsuccessful gardens. When a garden is not successful, it's so hurtful because I mean I'm sure almost everybody knows it. When somebody starts a garden, you're happy. You say to yourself, we are growing this thing. It's so sad if at the end of the day and I now say, oh, so how is that your tomato you were growing? And they say, oh no, it didn't grow well, and I feel so bad because I would expect somebody to be able to get something positive. And I have a testimony to share. It's one of my schoolmates who's decided to go on this gardening with me. And I was asking her, and I said to her, the important thing is that you choose one plant in your environment that you see that you can grow. And she said to me, oh, all the plants, they didn't work out too well, and I couldn't water them so much, and this happened, and a lot of them broke and then they died. And but then she said, but then the watermelon that I didn't even labor over is growing well. And I said, yes, that's it. Then you are a watermelon grower, my sister. You have to know something. You have to be able to grow one thing. So she's growing her watermelon nicely without stressing herself. That's something she's discovered that can grow in her own area. And that's what, won't she grow watermelon next year? Definitely she would. So that means you are in on it. You can grow watermelon, grow as much of it as you have space for, grow as much of it as you think you will need, either to eat, to share, to sell. You know the know how of growing watermelon, then please go into it and just produce it. So that's what you do. Watermelons are not cheap. Watermelons don't just you don't they don't just roll around just like that. You have to pay top money for a good watermelon. So for you to be growing watermelon is actually a great feat, sister. It's something, it's an achievement that I'm very proud to give as a testimony in in your garden. So for all of you out there that have started your gardens, that have been harvesting over the summer along with me and sharing the pictures with me, I appreciate you. I appreciate the effort that you put in to even start, even if it's like a four-pot garden, you are making efforts. And I really I could see. I said, yeah, this is the way forward because we need to try and learn to grow something, and then gradually you learn to grow another thing and add more and more and more to it. And when you're growing something confidently, that's when you start to want to add more to it. So you would have a lot more variety than even you can believe. When I first started gardening, I think I started with about four plants. Basically, tomatoes. And then my children wanted sunflowers and roses. So that makes two and three. And I got this yucca plant. And the yucca plant has been in this garden for all these years. And what I do When it's growing too tall, it would have produced some babies, about four, five babies at the base. I cut the yucca plant, stick it back in the soil, and it starts growing again. And remember, imagine what I can do with all those yucca plants. I give them out as gifts. Everybody wants a yucca plant. So until it goes round, we're going to continue producing yucca plant babies, and we'll be having it right round. So I have enough. You say, okay, you've given me this yucca plant. You have this other plant. Everybody's giving each other plants, and it's just a great way to green up the whole environment without having a yucca plant that is almost touching the sky and it's looking like a masquerade and it's no longer beautiful. Because when you see my yucca plant, don't let me tell you, when you see my yucca plant, you will know that it is beautiful. It's not too tall and it's just neat. So that's what I like about a plant. I like a plant that looks not too big for a garden. Because my garden is not a very big garden. So if my yucca plant is now so tall that it's almost touching the sky, then it will no longer be good. So what I have is the appropriate height, size, and weight of yucca plant for that corner of my garden. It used to be in the center of the flowering plants, but now I've put it in the corner somewhere and it's doing well where it's at. So we'll be rounding down. If anybody has any further questions, you can just put your questions in and we'll juggle it before I go away. Thank you very much. I appreciate your coming. I really, really appreciate your coming. And I like talking gardening. I'm sure you know I do. I like talking gardening because it's just the one way that you can connect with the most natural activity that can produce food, that can produce fresh air. Because when you are gardening, you are producing a lot of oxygen. Yeah, your plants are producing oxygen. They're taking all the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and they are bringing out oxygen. So you're producing food, you're producing oxygen, mm, you're producing beauty, the flowers. You're also producing food for your different invertebrates and vertebrates. You're producing food for all of them by having a garden. And that is one thing I would call excellent. I love talking gardening. I love learning gardening. I love visiting gardens. I visited a few gardens. I love visiting forests. I love seeing trees. I've seen so many trees. I've read about trees. I've read about, I mean, don't let me start again. But yeah, I know a bit about trees and I know a bit about how they're grown and how they are made to actually produce a lot more for us than they probably would have if they had been left to their own gimmicks. So no knowledge is lost. When I learn these things, I come to my garden, I try to do it, and it's really good. It's really good to be a gardener because nothing beats it. You can save the world by being a gardener because you can teach somebody else. You don't have to plant everything. you can teach somebody else, and that person teaches another and teaches another, and it spreads. And that's what we're doing here on YouTube, delivering this message so that you can hear it, you can share it, and you can practice it. That's the purpose of being a gardener and learning how to garden correctly, producing food, producing air, producing beautiful plants to fill the surface of the earth, because we need a lot more. We need a lot more plants. Because, everything comes to an end. The forest, the things, some of the trees are dying. So we need to start growing more trees. We need fruit trees. We need fruit trees that are not too big so that they can stay in gardens for people that have small gardens. And then if you have a big garden, you can have a big fruit tree because it's going to produce a lot more fruits. But if you have just a small garden, you should be able to have a tree that can produce fruits for you without being so big and taking up all your space. I have a small cherry tree. I have an apple tree. I have a pomegranate. And I'm looking forward to my passion fruit plant. I don't know what it is even called. Is it called passion plant or passion fruit plant? Passion flower. I'm looking for my passion flower plant to also take its own position properly and start producing fruits. Even if it hasn't started producing fruits yet, let it just start producing flowers first. I will enjoy seeing that a lot. I will enjoy seeing that a lot. When my passion flower starts producing beautiful fruits, all you have to do is just put it in the soil and it grows. Plant a lot, and some of them will come and they will be good because you may not exactly get what you sowed with the case of, but definitely you will get some that will be really, really good when you plant it. And it happens like that. It happens like that with the pomegranates as well. You plant it and you often get, but with apples, it will take forever. And so, what you'd want to do is you buy your apple tree so that it will be a dwarf tree, and then you can take cuttings and create more trees. That's the best way forward that I know for these times that we're in. I appreciate you all for listening. Look forward to seeing more gardens popping up here and there, and people sending me pictures of their gardening. It is always very welcome to see the pictures of people's gardens. Even if I didn't inspire you, but we connect over gardening, I would like to see pictures of your garden. I would like to know how well your garden is doing. And I would like to chat about your garden with you or my garden with you. Whichever garden you want to talk about, I would be interested in talking about gardening all the time. The things that I get from my garden that I cook, I can show you some of the cooking as well, and it would bring out the knowledge on this is what we can do when we harvest this specific plants, because that's what I do with it. So I wouldn't mind showing a few of those to everyone. It's going on time now, and I would say thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And God bless. So I'll just wait for the clock. I can show you my passion fruit in the last few minutes. That's the passion fruit from the passion flower plant. And this the one that I'm eating already. This is what it looks like inside the passion fruit. It's like the pomegranate as well. The passion fruit. Because look, I've eaten the other house. See what it looks like. So you can't really get, but when you take the seeds, then you suck on it, you have to spit it out because the seed is very hard. And nobody wants to be going around eating seeds nowadays because you don't know what's inside the seed. When I was young, they would say, if you swallow the seed of that orange, a tree is going to be growing out of your head and then you won't be able to go anywhere. I say, I want to be able to, I'm still young, I want to go all over the world. I said, then don't swallow the seed of an orange because if you do, if it germinates, the tree will be sticking out of your head and you will not be able to go anywhere. So don't swallow the seed of the passion fruit. I'm obedient. And so I'll be showing you that one has dropped. Let me put the other one. It is around my finger. Yeah, you see? That's what it's a bit light. Okay, now that's what the seed of the passion fruit looks like. And there's many of them inside. So I'm going to make it my duty to plant these seeds and see what comes out of it. If you think it's not going to be like this, let me know. I don't know. It could be, it may not be. I'm not sure. But the passion flower next door grows something not as big as this, but very much like it's exactly this color, but it's smaller than this. So when I grow it, I expect something nice out of it. If you think I'm not going to get this passion fruit, let me know. I hope I do. It may not be this big in the first year because I know it's going to start fruiting in the following year. It may not be this big, but at some point maybe we'll get something this big. It will really be interesting. Let me tell you something. It is only because of the name that I'm eating this fruit. And they use it in some drink. I won't be mentioning it. They use it in flavoring that drink. It's a very popular drink, an expensive drink. I just realized a passion fruit. Yes. And here it is. It's lovely, but it's a lot of work. I would rather have it as a drink than to be eating all this. You know when you're eating pomegranates, that's exactly what it's like. You need to spit out every seed. But this one is even harder. So bye bye everybody. Thank you and see you again. Love you all.